Morena tātou. Welcome everyone to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council. We have an opening prayer from Martin Ginnett of the Dunedin Baha'i community, who will open the meeting. And just immediately prior to that, I would like to acknowledge the service of Mr. Trevor Williams, who has passed away this week. Trevor Williams was the city engineer. He started with Dunedin City Council in 1952 and worked with us for 35 years and rose through the ranks to become the city engineer. And in fact, over the past 3 or 4 years, I've had the odd contact with him as he made mention of various things around the city. So he took a great interest in the city, despite having left our employer for over 20 years and retired to Wanaka. I believe his service will be in Wanaka. But I think it's fitting that we acknowledge the great service he provided to the council and to the city, to the community at large. Thank you. So I now ask Mr. Jenner to come forward, please.
Ngā mihi o te ata, tēnā koutou. O God, thou art kind to all, thou hast provided for all, dost shelter all, conferrest life upon all, thou hast endowed each and all with talents and faculties, and all are submerged in the ocean of thy mercy. O thou kind Lord, unite all, let the religions agree and make the nations one, so they may see each other as one family, and the whole earth is one home. May they all live together in perfect harmony. And on that note, I wish you all a positive and fruitful consultation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We also have 2 speakers for public forum this morning. Firstly, Mr. Mike Broughton from Dark Skies. Oh yes, I've read it. I had a look.
My name is Mike Broughton. I'm an amateur astronomer and I'm representing Dunedin Dark Skies. I prepared a submission, Oti Poti Dunedin, Restoring and Preserving Our City's Precious Night Sky via Responsible Lighting, a case study. Back in 2016, the DCC introduced new LED streetlights, and they conceived a stupendous idea that they could leverage off this with the idea of creating a night sky city. And that was met by great enthusiasm by the local astronomers, and particularly Ian Griffin. And the lighting actually that was chosen was befitting a night sky city, because we got warmer lights, which is better for the environment and for dark skies. However, since that time, LED lighting has proliferated in Dunedin, or at least that's what it appears to have done, and with a lot of very bright white lights that shine up into the night sky. This creates a problem with light pollution, and it also creates a problem for wildlife and also for people, because it's complicated, but the white light contains blue light. And one of this is an auxiliary to the submission, the Royal Society of New Zealand has produced this paid document called Blue Light Aotearoa, Impacts of Artificial Blue Light on Health and the Environment. That's just an adjunct to this submission. But the point is that the interesting thing about Dunedin is that, as you know, geographically it occupies a large area. It's over 3,300 square kilometres in size. Only a small part of that total area is actually the city itself, about 10%. The rest is rural. In those rural areas, even including on parts of the peninsula, the skies are very dark, very beautiful. But unfortunately, the light pollution from Dunedin spreads into those areas and degrades an otherwise pristine night sky. Studies have shown that that potentially can affect the wildlife in those areas, and it can certainly affect the wildlife within the city itself. But the really exciting news is, well, good news is, there are business opportunities here. Throughout New Zealand, the dark sky movement has been growing. You may be aware that the Dark Sky Sanctuary in the Aoreki Mackenzie Dark Sky Starlight Reserve. But now other areas have also adopted this, and there are over 22 separate areas now in New Zealand that have received dark sky accreditation from the International Dark Skies Association. I'm not suggesting that Dunedin actually goes down that route necessarily, but what I am saying is that, suggesting is that light pollution is actually one of the easiest things to remedy, and it can be achieved relatively simply, not necessarily costing a lot of money. I have a list of requests or for the council to consider. One is that the city's LED street lights can be significantly dimmed during off-peak hours. This will save more money and extend the lifespan of the light sources. Kaikoura has successfully dimmed their lights by 75% to operate at 25% of their output. This could also happen here in Dunedin. Just going to get a drink of water.
I'd point out, Mr. Broughton, that we have 5 minutes for your presentation, which is already up. So if you could wrap it up, that would be great. Thank you.
It's all outlined in this document because 5 minutes is scarcely enough time to really cover all this. So I'll leave it at that.
So, have you got my microphone? The microphone's gone. Anyway, look, I have a question. So I noticed I've read your presentation and it's very good, thank you. I noticed that you have some photos of Dunedin in 22, but there are no comparative before and after photos. So my expectation is that the LEDs would have reduced the light travelling upwards significantly, but there's nothing to show that. And the second question, so you can just speak to both at once. The second question is, you've talked about light pollution increasing 10% year on year, but that's worldwide by the look of the figures? You have no figures for Dunedin, and my expectation would be that Dunedin is not increasing year on year.
So one member of our group has actually done a survey of the lights before the change, and he's about to do another survey after the change. I'll just sit down. So that is a work in progress, and then we'll have a better idea of how things have changed at Dunedin. My observation is it's not the street lights per se that I have an issue with. It's really more the lighting from the private sector. And this is very obvious if you take the opportunity to go from a high advantage point, say from the Beverley Beak Observatory or from any high advantage point, and look out over the city. And what you'll see is a a very large number of bright white lights, and they are unshielded. They are high colour temperature. That means they've got a lot of blue light in them, and they shine into the night sky. And as an amateur astronomer, I'm finding it increasingly difficult to see the stars from the observatory.
Thank you. We have a couple of other questions. Every time you go to speak, you just have to turn the microphone on. It will automatically turn off when someone else speaks. So, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your submission, Mr. Broughton. I remember the original discussion about the colour temperature of the LEDs and the advantages of being able to switch them in the way that we do, and you want more. But I'm interested in particular in the comments you make about Port Otago. Sadly, we don't own Port Otago. But have you approached them or the regional council about your concerns about the lighting of Port Chalmers in particular, or in the city as well?
Not the regional council. Not the regional council. Perhaps that's my next port of call. A compatriot of mine, Paulina Barry, has spoken to West Harbour and outlined her concerns about the lighting in Port Chalmers, but we haven't specifically addressed the port. That was something perhaps we'll look into.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question's around the fourth recommendation, reconvening the DCC's Dark Skies Advisory Panel. So I'm unaware of the panel. Could you give a little bit of the history and who was on it?
Yeah. The history as such was that when the DCC conceived the idea of a night sky city, which is still on the DCC website, is that they decided to appoint a Dark Skies Advisory Panel. The panel was set up to look at the question of Dunedin streetlights specifically. And it was chaired by Dr. Ian Griffin. It had representatives from Kaitahu. I think it also had representation from Dunedin Dark Skies. I'm not quite sure who else was on that panel, but that will be in the DCC's records.
So you were asking for this to be reconvened?
Well, if that was possible, because the issues, as these documents show, are actually quite complex. There's a lot of things to consider. There's the health and safety aspect. There's the aspect of how artificial lights can affect wildlife, and also how it can affect human health. And there are other issues too, such as one thing you'll notice if you take the opportunity to travel around some of the areas such as the wharf, is that the lights are set up to protect their businesses, but they spill well beyond their premises out into the streets. And this is a problem for motorists and pedestrians because it creates a phenomenon called disability glare, which is akin to when you are driving in your car and you are going up a hill and you're facing into the sun, you cannot see. So there are those issues as well. This isn't a simple topic. It sounds like it's straightforward, but actually it isn't. Does that answer the question?
Yes, I think that's great. Thank you very much for your presentation and your submission. I'm sure the councillors will enjoy having a read of that. Thank you.
One more thing I'd like to do. I extend a cordial invitation to all of you to visit my place, and I can show you what a dark sky, what Dunedin could achieve if it could address its light pollution. I live out at Roseneath. It's not that far out of the city. I have a large telescope and I can show you truly spectacular objects. And my vision, or the vision I'd like the DCC to adopt, is that vista could be made available to all Dunedin citizens.
Thank you.
Well, it's a question of the Chief Executive, Your Worship, if I might. Often there are submissions like this, and on occasions we've raised the issue of what happens now, and I wanted to do that. I don't want to move anything, but can I make the assumption, Ms Graham, that the suggestions made by Mr Broughton will actually be looked at by staff and reported to an appropriate committee in due course?
At this point, that's not a safe assumption to make. We haven't had time to review them yet, so we will need to review them. Council had a position back in the day around this, and then have gone down the road of the LED lighting plan. So until we've had a chance to review the submission more fully, I'm not in a position to make that assurance.
That review will happen of the suggestions now the submission has been presented, and you'll make a decision about it in due course.
Yes, reviewing the submission against whatever stated position of council there is around the dark sky environment.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Ms Ruth Harvey and Ms Kate Schrader from the Dunedin Film Fringe Festival for a recap. Welcome to the chairs. So we have 5 minutes for a presentation and 5 minutes for questions.
Tēnā koutou. My name's Kate and I'm one of the 2 co-directors for the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Ruth. I'm the other co-director of the Fringe Arts Trust. So you'll remember we spoke to you in February and we just wanted to follow up with you about how the Dunedin Fringe Festival 2023 went. So just as a little reminder, the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust provides a platform for people to nurture their own creativity with a real focus on young and emerging artists. We run 2 annual festivals, 1 music mentorship program, 2 venues, 1 on behalf of the DCC and 1 in partnership with the DCC. And of course our flagship event is Dunedin Fringe, which finished a month ago. We're still collecting data. Artists can take some time for that kind of stuff, but here's some top level numbers for you. We delivered 67 live events in over 30 venues around the city, plus 22 international digital events. We sold more than 5,000 tickets, which translates to over $93,000 that go straight into the pockets of artists because they keep 100% of their ticket sales. We granted over $31,000 in grant funds to artist projects. For 45% of artists, it was their first time participating in Dunedin Fringe, and more than 350 artists and crew presented work, 65% of which was new.
So 58% of the acts that participated came from outside of Dunedin, outside of town. And the vast majority of artists, so 92% to be specific, said that the Fringe grew the audience for their work, which is really important because it contributes to the sustainability of their careers. We engaged over 50 volunteers and to support the festival, and that ranged from students right through to retirees, so people from right across the community. 92% of the audience surveyed were from Dunedin, and 97% of the audience agreed that Fringe contributes positively to the social well-being of Dunedin and that having free or low-cost events is great for the city. We also spoke to the artists through a survey asking them what they enjoyed the most. So we have a few comments to share. The first is, I felt like a part of a lovely whānau. I've been to Fringe events a lot, but being part of it as an artist brought it to a new level. I wanted to see if I could be an installation artist, and now I know I can, and that's local artist Inga Andrew. Another said, the festival was very well organised and managed to gain traction from audience in Dunedin, and that's Elsa from Women's Move, an international artist who actually took out the prize for Best in Fringe. And a final comment from comedian Alan McElroy, the buzz, the atmosphere and the whole thing was lovely. The people, especially the team at Dunedin Fringe.
And the audience survey, we asked them what they enjoyed the most. One person said, what I enjoy about Fringe each year is the enthusiasm shown for the event. There is always a huge buzz when the guide comes out and folks start to plan what they'll see. Another said, 2 events I attended were awesome, good prices and excellent talent. Another said, diversity of local events and also mixing with pride events. And lastly, having a wide range of affordable events, the high level of public participation. And when asked for last words from the audience, somebody said, keep fighting for great artistic diversity in this city. And another person said, amazing work team, well done for pulling it off without the normal funding. What a testament to the community, though hopefully there will be more money next year. Over 50% of the audience surveyed said it was their first experience of the Dunedin Fringe Festival, reflecting our focus on re-engaging audiences which have been affected by the pandemic and venue losses around the city.
So this year we also collaborated again with Dunedin Pride to share a hub during Pride Month, which is in March, the same month as Fringe, which gave them a physical base for their programming for the first time ever. Max from Pride said that giving us access to the hub was a game changer. It really meant a lot for our community. So we plan to collaborate with them again in future. We had a great time, just to summarise. We wanted to make the festival a joyous experience for everyone, despite this year's challenges, and our staff had a wonderful time together. We all got to see plenty of shows, which meant we could support our artists and experience the festival along with our audiences, so that was really special. And we've come really to say thank you to everyone here who came to Fringe events and showed us so much support during a really tough time in Dunedin Fringe's history. Now we're underway with planning and production work for our 2023 AMPT Music Mentorship Program, the New Zealand Young Writers Festival, and we're strategising the future of the Te Whare o Rukutia Performing Arts venue alongside DCC staff and its community of users, so we'll keep you posted on all of that.
Thank you very much. And we have a question from Councillor Gary.
Kia ora, thank you for your presentation. It's always great to have the updates. Besides funding, which of course is pivotal, I know, what else can we do to support you?
That is a good question. I think, it really does come down to participating. Coming to our events, of which there is so much more than just Dunedin Fringe, particularly now that we run the venue. We're constantly amazed by how few people seem to know that Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust does so much more than just Fringe. So it's about sharing that message with the community and why you think that arts and culture is important to the health and well-being of our communities. Anything else to add there, Kate?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thanks, Ruth and Kate. I've already publicly and privately expressed my congratulations and thanks. Well done. Just interested, I think you said you sold 5,000 tickets. What was your goal prior to the event, and was that met? And
I don't think did we set a specific number. Our goal was more around getting it going at all, the festival, because that was very much in question. But I guess by extension, reaching the levels that we've done in past festivals, because we hadn't actually delivered a full festival since 2021, and a pre-pandemic festival at pre-pandemic audience levels since 2019. So 2019 was the yardstick, and we exceeded that in terms of ticket sales, which we were really pleased about.
Excellent, thank you. That seems to be the end of our questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. We look forward to seeing you next year, or next time, what might be sooner than a year. Okay, so There are no apologies for this morning's meeting, and we are here all present and correct. That is wonderful to see. We have a confirmation. Next item on the agenda is confirmation of said agenda. So I move that the council confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Ackland. Has anyone got any comment to make? No. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour, say aye. Against? Carried. Declarations of interest. You're reminded that you need to step aside if a conflict arises between your role and any private or external interests you may have. Are there any changes or updates? Thank you. So I move that the committee notes the members' register and confirms the proposed management plan. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. And now confirmation of minutes from the ordinary council meeting the 27th of March 2023. I move that council confirms the public part of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on 27 March 23 is a correct record. Is there a seconder for that? Someone who was here? Deputy Mayor Barker. Would anyone like to speak to that? Any discussion thereon? Very good. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. The extraordinary council meeting held on the 6th of April. I move that we confirm the public part of the minutes from that meeting as a correct record. Is there a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Barker. Would anyone like to speak to that? Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Reports. Actions from resolutions of council meetings, page 35 on your agenda. Does Ms Graham have anything to speak? No. So are there any questions on that? Okay. So I move that council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of council meetings as attached. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Mayhem. So does anyone have any comment on that? Thank you. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Number 8, forward work programme. On page 41 of your agenda, are there any comments from the Chief? No comments. Are there any questions for the Chief? No questions. Therefore, I'll put the motion that the Council notes the updated forward work programme as shown in attachment A. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Wiley. Does anyone have any comment? I see none. Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And item number 9, page 49, introducing car share to Dunedin. Mr Drew and Ms Wikaira will take the chairs. And we have others. No one that I can see. That's okay. And would you like to speak to the report?
Just an apology from Ginty and Simon Spears, who are both unwell, taking sick days, and they have more knowledge on this paper than Jeanette and myself, but we'll do our best.
Very good. Questions? Does anyone have a question? Councillor Gary.
Thank you. In light of the very recent, in the last 24 hours, advice from the draft advice from the Climate Commission, which includes a mention of infrastructure for EVs, does that change in any way thoughts you might have or the content of the report?
No, it's something we've been thinking, or staff have been thinking about for some time, and have started progressing some work. But we do need to be strategic about where we locate EV charging infrastructure.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Excuse me, frog in my throat. Just a couple of questions for now. In terms of, I think it's item point 20, about the consideration in terms of for Dunedin, instead of looking solely at the EVs initially because of the demographic here, it might be a combination of and petrol cars. Is that in some ways, I mean, because that obviously sits against our our 2030 carbon zero goals? Are we weighing up, is it a balance between getting uptake and obviously looking to the future to accommodate our desires to hit that zero carbon target?
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor. It is a trade-off, and the report attached speaks to providing opportunity for it to successfully embed itself, and affordability and price point is important in those schemes establishing.
Cool. And next question is, I think I know the answer, but I'll ask it out loud anyway. I assume it's standard practice across the world and in other parts of New Zealand for the controlling authority, i.e. us, to accommodate the scheme by providing that necessary parking space, which I think is that normal practice?
It's normal so I can speak to the cities that have established it in New Zealand, and it's normal practice for those cities that have car share services.
Thank you. And final question, I don't know if you can answer this, probably it sits more with Ginty and her team. I think it was on page 67 that it highlights the lack of enthusiasm from the Otago Regional Council. Is there any reason why they didn't want to jump onto a scheme that seems logical?
No. Thank you, Councillor. Our communications with ORC across, a bit of this work has been relatively short and brief, and they haven't at this point come on board with this.
What if I could just add, there've been some resourcing challenges at their end, I think, but I've had recent discussions, and it certainly will be an ongoing conversation with them.
Thank you, that's great to hear. And Mr Mayor, just to indicate, I'm happy to move the recommendation when we get to that point. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just have a question around, there was a mention of a survey in Wellington, a 2020 survey of Wellington car share members. That wasn't provided as an appendice. Do you know how many people took part in that survey, or how many Wellington car share members there are?
I can, I can't actually talk to that, but yesterday we had some emails that went around it. We weren't able to, we didn't actually hear back from Wellington City Council around the survey details. Happy to send that through when it comes through. Unfortunately, we have a number of members of the team who are unwell, so they're still working on that.
The other, page 5326, that the total order of cost implications would be less than 100,000. Not quite broken down because there's the waived revenue, and I noticed that there was quite a number of parking spots that would be taken out for these things, additional infrastructure costs and staff time, resourcing, and I think there was a marketing, no, maybe that was a different one. So which budget would that come out of?
Good question. But mostly transport's budget, and fleet's budget. So the revenue from parking sits in the fleet, and then if we are painting dedicated car share spots, so that's a transport cost. So it's those two budgets predominantly.
And part of the plan there was to get sign-ups, I guess, which was council perhaps signing up for a number of the EVs. Has that also been budgeted in here as to whether it's more cost-effective for council than running its own fleet?
Not yet. So I guess the purpose of having an expressions of interest process is that we can better understand what the market needs to establish and understand some of the price points, and then once we have that information we can then check the affordability about owning your own fleet versus using a car share scheme.
And my next question just around the impacts on other businesses. Obviously we've got taxi drivers and Uber and car rentals. So has any research been done on the cities that already have these about the impacts on other businesses and how they respond to a car share?
No, I'm it certainly hasn't been covered in the paper and the report. I'm not aware of any.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Vandervis, then Vincent Pope, O'Malley and Gary. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At the bottom of page 52, under potential costs and implications, you do mention the loss of potential parking revenue. Why haven't you listed the loss availability of general parking that will inevitably result?
So 25 was around cost, I guess not opportunity cost, just financial costs.
It comes under the general heading of implications. Why is it that under implications the real issue of loss of parking for that's generally available, why is it that that hasn't figured in any part of this report that I can see?
Well, I think that in the next steps it's identified that if this goes ahead then there will need to be changes to parking, but it could easily have been added into that paragraph. I think the assumption was that a loss of parking revenue assumed a loss of parking potentially.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. Just further to that question before I have my question, would it not be fair to assume that a successfully operating car share company would reduce the number of vehicles otherwise in the city and enable and facilitate better access to public parking?
Correct.
I notice in the Stantec report they talk about the three companies that were investigated, scrutinised, and I was surprised to see that Yugo wasn't mentioned. Is that because they didn't express any interest, or I'm just aware that they had been, or may still be, operating very successfully in Christchurch in liaison with the City Council, parked in the library and as one of their depots, art gallery I think actually, sorry. Are they not a player anymore? Have they fallen over, or what's the situation? Can you tell us?
Sorry, we don't know, but I can confirm that they are operating in Christchurch.
Have their chief executive from Christchurch present to us, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago. And in fact, I've got a card that shows that I'm a member. I'm not sure what I'm a member of, but can you check that out, please?
And just before I call on Councillor Mary, I'll ask a quick question to do with parking. Is there any evidence, is any data that shows having ride share or car share in a locality does actually increase the availability of parking in the environs?
The report references a study that suggests that for every one member in a car share scheme, there is a reduction of 7 to 10 cars. Sorry, not one member. Yeah.
That's a reduction of cars, but does it actually, specifically go to parking? Because we have quite a demand on parking in the city. Anyway, do you have any data on that?
No, I don't. I'm not aware of it being tied to parking in particular.
Councillor O'Malley.
Before I get to my question, I'm just can't resist it. What would be parked in those car parks for the car shares?
Cars. That's a trick.
Thank you for clarifying that. So probably then there's not really a reduction in car parks, right? It's just a different method of use and then prioritisation like AVOs and disabled car parks and other such things.
Correct.
Will the RFP, when it goes out, will it include monitoring of use? I mean, presumably this is to get down the reduction of single occupancy vehicles, so will there be a mechanism of determining success?
Absolutely.
And then item 13, obviously, is Land Transport Management Act, blah, 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 amendment bill. Could this be considered like an on-demand service in terms of that bill's ability for councils to regulate and be associated with on-demand services?
I couldn't say technically does it align, but intuitively it does.
Yeah, that was kind of that was the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, and happy to second when the time comes. Page 69, 5.1, transition to hybrids and EV only. Could we reasonably assume that as we progress this from expressions of interest to securing a ride share, should that all work out, that that will be embedded in the contract, that there'll be a time frame for that transition? I, like Councillor Walker, I was uncomfortable with the petrol cars in there, but I understand the reason, and that a transition is what is considered to be useful. But will that be embedded in any kind of contract?
Yes, it'll be very clear that council will have an expectation to transition to an EV fleet, and we're working with lots of our suppliers around those timeframes at the moment as well.
Thank you. And just going back to my reference earlier about the draft advice from the Climate Commission yesterday, which was about us needing to urgently reduce emissions. Does this align with that in terms of emissions from transport? Does this scheme align with that strongly?
The research and the evidence, I guess, presented in the paper would suggest yes, it does align.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. On page 69, 5.1, minimum requirements, when I had a look at the two of the three companies, I note Mevo and Zilch both have a minimum age requirement of 21 years, and City Hop have a minimum age of 18 years with 1 year full licence and no demerits as such. I would consider the age limit will be a very critical aspect of, especially when we think of our student community and being able to access that. And I know it's hard for you both to answer this question. Where would that rank in the scale of which company or how companies present to the council?
No, that's right, Councillor, and it has been identified as a barrier for Dunedin, noting its successful tertiary precinct. So we will, during the EOI process, work with suppliers and highlight the importance of the tertiary sector to Dunedin and what they can and can't facilitate.
Thank you. And I also note when looking at Nelson and their proposed car share program is actually being run by a car dealer, Bowater Toyota. So has any approach been made to our car dealers here in Dunedin?
I'm not aware of us approaching any car dealers, but the purpose of the EOI, it's a publicly notified tender process, and so we would hope that any interested car dealers will respond to that.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, how do you stop people who might have caught a bus from getting involved in this? Because obviously that takes away the whole purpose of them taking a car off the road. They're people that are actually, would normally, if it's someone who perhaps bikes, say for example, Steve decided to car share, I'm just wondering is there any way you can monitor that?
I think we can monitor each of those services individually. I don't know how we'd kind of wrap it up into a holistic thing. We can think about that. I think the important thing about this is it's providing options. It's providing another option for the community to use, so they have the option of a bus or car share or cycling. It's about providing options.
I was just a wee bit concerned that we might get interest from people who normally get a bus who perhaps don't even have a car. And I thought that sort of isn't, I don't know whether we're allowed to say you can only get this if you own a car and aren't using it, but I don't know how you'd police that. Yeah. Anyway.
There we go. Thank you. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. So in the report, we've interviewed rideshare companies. No rideshare companies have actually come to us wanting to set up in Dunedin.
There have been approaches, but as part of doing this work, the team also approached, the known players.
And then those who've looked at Dunedin, they haven't set up because they didn't think it was obviously financially viable for them, mainly.
No, well, there's the key barriers so they're looking for certainty, I guess, from council that some of those barriers will be worked through with the company.
So in the EOI that we'll put out, will we offer up certain things, or will we wait for them to come back and say we need X number of parks, we need this kind of support? Will we wait to see what they come back with?
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor again. I had a question around the parking, but I think that's been addressed by Councillor Benson-Popen and Malley. And just going to to Councillor Houlihan's question, I'll ask another question. Does not the international evidence show, and I think it's cited in the papers we've gotten here actually, that people who uptake car sharing then actually do increase their usage of buses, cycling, walking, and in fact taxis?
Yeah, that's correct, because they don't have access to a full-time car.
Thank you. And just to be clear as well, this is in no way, by initiating this, if we decide to do that, it's no way an attack on the modus operandi. It's just simply something to complement the current offering of transport mode use.
Yeah, correct.
And final question, obviously this fits nicely with our desire as a council around our well-being goals, in terms of it enables people who currently don't have access to be able to participate in society in a way they currently can't, actually. Would that be fair?
Yeah, that would be correct.
Councillor O'Malley.
Oh, it's been answered, thanks.
Are there any further questions? It appears not. Thank you. Thank you very much. So the motion has been moved and seconded. So at this stage, we enter debate. Okay. Yes, yes, as the mover, you better start.
Thanks.
Vandivus.
Cut me off. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Okay, and thank you for those questions. Thanks to staff, and thanks for answering those questions in the absence of Ginty and her team. Just to be clear straight off, all we're doing here today, as you'll have read, is indicating that if approval is given today, that next month staff will issue a request for proposal to identify a preferred car share provider and update us thereafter on timeframes, etc. So we're not asking to change the world here. As we all know as well, we've previously indicated that staff can progress these investigations as part of the Shaping Future Dunedin Transport work under the Central City Parking and Management Project. And of course, it's one of the many projects central to developing emissions reduction plans for the city and, of course, the DCC. For those who have, I don't know about the others of you, but when I got these papers, I actually went into that thing called Google and accessed quite a lot of information. There's plenty out there, particularly from those places that have had this running for a long time. And if you read those, and I'm not saying some aren't without problems, but mainly they talk about the benefits of car sharing, and they're pretty well known. Because as I say, many cities throughout the world have already used this scheme in one form or another. And of course, as the paper states, consideration should be given actually to Dunedin's unique demographics and to ensuring that car sharing service is affordable and accessible to all. I think that's really important for Dunedin. So what are the benefits? For those who don't know, all international evidence seems to suggest that car sharing does reduce car ownership and usage, and that can only be a good thing. And this in turn can reduce congestion. It certainly reduces demand for parking. We've heard this, I think in the papers, we've got the 7 to 10. Some of the papers I saw would actually double that. So I think, and going back to the questions that were asked of staff, one of the advantages of this is that it does take cars off the road, which of course, you know, if we're giving up, say, 20, 30, 40, 60 parks, we could easily do the maths. We're actually going to be providing availability for far more parking if we go ahead with this. And it also helps to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And hopefully, if we do start with a combination of petrol and hybrid and EV, I think the suggestion is that ultimately we will move to EV, and probably we won't have a choice anyway, with government probably ultimately mandating petrol cars out of existence. And across the globe, this also seems to facilitate the uptake of public transport, walking and cycling, as I mentioned earlier, all things close to this council's strategic direction, of course. Car sharing also provides people with another transport choice and improving access. And what would encourage people to use car sharing? Things for us to note when considering an appropriate car share provider: affordability, availability, flexibility in location, restrictions on car ownership. For example, if car ownership became more expensive, which it is probably doing actually in the current economic climate. If car share vehicles are electric, and that's something hopefully in the future we will look to have 100% of, or if car sharing reduces greenhouse gas emissions, and if it enables people to avoid purchasing a car. I don't know about anybody else, but when I read this paper, I immediately thought I might actually think at some point down the line of getting rid of my car, which sits in my driveway, used extremely infrequently. And as I asked the question around well-being, and I think that's central to this decision, because I think car sharing does sit comfortably with this council's well-being goals by enabling all people to participate in society through access to social and economic opportunities such as work, education and healthcare. And as I mentioned previously, research findings suggest establishing of a car share service should be prioritised to help achieve both city-wide and organisational emissions reduction targets. And as well, and as we all should know by now around this table, reducing emissions from the transport sector is vitally important to how this council will achieve, or ultimately achieve, its net zero 2030 carbon goals. Car share also is not only an important part of the transport offering in overseas cities. New Zealand has services operating successfully in Auckland, Hamilton, Wellington and Christchurch, with a service, as you've read about, to launch in Nelson. So let's not be left behind, guys, eh? Car sharing is a modern and growing transport option that could offer Dunedinites genuine cost savings, traffic reductions and health benefits, and nobody around this table would disagree with those, I think. But it is, I mean, we've got to be clear, it's not going to suit everyone, which is why it's crucial that we weigh up the pros and cons of our unique city situation. And finally, car sharing doesn't force anyone to replace what they currently do now. I think that's always one of the fears. Surprisingly, we can do more than one thing at once in our lives. This is not an attack on current motorists. If you still want to own and drive 4 cars per family, go for your life. But at the same time, please support an option that provides greater choice and opportunity for those not sharing your economic fortune or those seeking a more positive environmental outcome. Supporting this proposal does not in any way impinge on the modus operandi. It actually complements it. In many ways, car sharing is absolutely the classic win-win. Thank you.
Councillor Vanderhus.
What's not made clear in this paper is that for a car sharing system to work, there will have to be a number of existing generally accessible car parks in the CBD which are no longer available to people that choose to have their own cars. They will only able to be accessed by a car share group. If you look at page 49, paragraph 5 is a remarkable paragraph and one which rang alarm bells as soon as I read it. It says, car share reduces car ownership and use. It says that as a bland statement of fact. It goes on to say, research has shown that for every car share vehicle, there is a reduction of 7 to 10 private vehicles. I've asked the question of staff where this data comes from, what the survey is, and they have tried valiantly to find it, haven't had much luck. I've had a bit more luck myself and have found that the 7 to 10 private vehicles which are referenced in the Stantec document that we have in this item comes from a study in 2012 that Stantec reference, but that study itself doesn't actually have the source data either. It is actually simply the quoting of the opinion of a researcher, a Mr. S. Shaheen, and in that 2012 study it says car sharing has been documented to reduce the need for 7 to 10 private owned vehicles in Australia. Now it just says it's been documented, but actually there is no research or source information there. If you go further back, Mr. Shaheen, in a 2003 paper, goes back and quotes an opinion, and I will just get that as well. He talks about pooled cars. It's an idea that has been tried, especially in Europe, and has sometimes proved successful. So we go back and back trying to find this research that has shown, and find that in fact you can go back 20 years and still not get the survey data. And it also is made quite clear when reading all these things that what data they do have is self-reported data from car share users. If you want to have real data that shows something, you do not get a self-selected group who are obvious car share enthusiasts to provide that data. So what this does for me is it throws into doubt, quite severe doubt, that research has not in fact shown that every car share vehicle there'll be a reduction of 7 to 10 private vehicles. I don't see how it possibly could. If it was true, and if the research was accurate, and if the research wasn't self-selected, I could vote for this. Fine. Let's reduce 7 to 10 private vehicles. When you go back, and I have gone back through several different layers now, you'll find that actually it's an opinion, it's a self-selected opinion, and it's an opinion that's been bounced around from 1903 to 2012, and now ending up in our papers as a statement of fact. I don't believe that the ratepayers should be putting $100,000 into subsidising some private company who wants to run a car share system here in Dunedin. I think that if companies want to run car share systems or pooling systems, that they are perfectly entitled to do that. And there's no reason why, if they aren't popular and they aren't economically viable, that they wouldn't be able to do that without us providing $100,000 worth of support to do it. And for these reasons, I urge you to be a bit sceptical about the research has shown, and to not rush into agreeing that we budget $100,000 to subsidise some business that wants to push a car share scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I will be supporting this motion. You know what? A car share program is about meeting the needs of a modern city. It is about responding to actually the needs of the city and the residents. And the key for me was actually when I read this paper and the Stantec report was actually seeing how the university really comes into it and the student population. Many of us will go around the university campus area and see a lot of those cars sitting idle day in, day out, and they may get moved on a Sunday afternoon for about 3 hours where people take off and go and do their groceries or some other look around the city or something. But generally, especially when we look at our students, those cars sit idle for a long time. And the car share program, that's why I asked about the ages, do actually factor into that. This is about assisting businesses, yes, and the university, the hospital, the DCC, the ORC and other big employers. It's also about assisting the residents that may actually not look at car ownership as affordable or needed. But there's also the visitors that come to town. They may just want to take a car out for 3 hours and just run around and see the city. There's many benefits. I look forward to seeing who responds to the request for proposal that we put out. But also, don't forget, we actually already have a car share program running in town. Mitre 10 operate it with City Hop. You can go and basically rent a cargo van after you've made your purchase, $17 per hour, 45 cents per kilometre, and away you go. If it wasn't going to work for Mitre 10, do you think they would put it in? I think this is actually one of the most exciting pieces of our transport plan that we've looked at over a number of years. The time is now, and I think we need to get on, and I'm pretty excited to see what comes next. Thank you.
Councillor Land.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, some of the data in here may be not quite 100% because, you know, from a car, there's not many cars that can fit 8 to 10 people. That would mean 8 cars or whatever are off the road. However, I will be supporting this. I think it's a really exciting opportunity, and particularly for the startup sector. And I hope that we talk to our startup sector in Dunedin. We have a really active group here, and we look to hopefully maybe get some pictures from some people who might look to start something in that area, because overseas and around the world, there's been a lot of innovative startups that have come from things like this, and I think it's a great opportunity for people. I also think in this day and age where we've had a lot of people in isolation, it's a great way for particularly elderly but all ages to get to know each other. And that whole thing around the neighbourhood watch thing, chat to your neighbour if there's ever an emergency. What better way to sit in a car and chat to each other and get to know a bit more about each other? I think that's a great idea. Why are you shaking your head, Councillor Gary? Do you not want to talk to people when you're driving? No?
Councillor, just carry on with your statements, please.
Okay, so I've put a whole lot of notes here, but I think the things I had concerns about was safety and police vetting for some of that we need to look at it along that. Just if people are sharing in their car, they need to look at that's another option. I've perhaps taken it a step further from what some people might do just to hire the car and not have a car at all. But I think car sharing is, having people in your car is the next step. So it's a really good idea. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I just looked up the current number of vehicles in New Zealand. That's 4.5 million cars. That was 2021. That's up from 3 million in 2010. That means there are 818 cars per 1,000 people. There are more households that have 2 cars, 38%, than 1 car, 37%. The AA tells us that fixed yearly costs on a vehicle is $5,000. That's $13 a day, or up to $22 per day if you're including tyres and brakes and general maintenance on your vehicle. I agree with Councillor Wiley suggesting that students in general don't have that kind of disposable income to spend on a vehicle. As soon as you buy a new car and take it out of the lot, it's going to depreciate 10% in its first year and then 20% in the following years. I see that if you're driving 14,000 kilometres on average, your fuel bill is going to be $2,000 per year. What I see in a car share is a win-win in people's cost of living and also the environmental impact that we're making on the country. I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And just to begin, I remind colleagues that this is a report for noting. And just want to clarify that we're talking about a car share, not a ride share, which is quite a different situation, and that is covered in the papers, the difference between those. So it does expand the choices. And I want to just talk about the market, because this is a different market to taxis and car rentals. It's a niche market, I believe. And I just take up the point that Councillor Wiley did around the young people in the city, the large number of students. So many young people that I speak to have made a decision, a concerted decision not to own a car. They may have their full licence, but they have made a decision from an environmental impact context to not own a car. However, there are occasions they may be moving flats, they may be needing to carry groceries, they may have a particular need to transport something large, and this would fit that so well. We've seen a growth in the number of cars in the student area, and that has affected parking. So I can see that age limit issue as being really pivotal, and it's why council needs to be involved with this to facilitate that. That's our role, to ensure that that age limit does incorporate our student population. Councillor Wiley's correct around the visitors. Oh, and I didn't mention with students, if you talk to many students who don't have access to a car, they don't get to experience our wider city. And I know when I was a student actually going out to the Otago Peninsula, for example, and experiencing the wildlife and various other recreational offerings in the city was just not an option in those days at all. So we want our students to have that opportunity. Visitors is another category, and also for many of our population for whom owning a car is just not affordable any longer. The price point for an EV is high, and an older car requires a lot in the way of repairs, as Councillor Mayhem has mentioned. I do think the transition to hybrids and EVs in terms of being an integral part of the contract is pivotal. And I just draw your attention to page 63 in the survey, the 2020 survey of Wellington Car Share members, which showed that 25% of users have sold or are planning to sell at least one vehicle as a result of joining a car share scheme, and almost 40% said they use private motor vehicles less since joining. So there is some solid evidence in there that's local evidence, and is mentioned in terms of source. We didn't cover off facilitating this for a business coming to the city. There's been much talk in previous times about businesses and making it attractive. Well, this is what council's role is in this particular area, is attracting a new business to the city. It does require some behaviour change, and in terms of climate change, that is pivotal. And incremental behaviour change can have a large effect. It's about choice, and it's about reduction in emissions, transport being a high emitter. And as I have referenced, the strong urgent advice from the Climate Commission yesterday was we cannot work our way out of this crisis with climate through tree planting. We need to reduce our emissions. This is something we can do in a small way to do that. So I really advocate for everybody to support this by noting it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support this. The number one thing is to get emissions down. I was listening to Radio New Zealand and they were talking, we can't plant our way out of this, so we actually do need to have some action. I did ask some questions around the costs and I was satisfied that it wasn't all cash. There is some staff time there and we actually want our staff to spend time on reducing emissions because that's one of our key goals. I was concerned about the timing and the use of petrol vehicles and I would have liked to have seen EVs, but I completely understand about the cost. I think this would support the livability of Dunedin and especially around students, which we've mentioned a couple of times. I went and visited my daughter there in the weekend and it's a parking lot and this is on a Sunday and there's nowhere to park where she lives and I know that she uses her car just she's very lucky to have a car, just a few times a week and I know she's a big user of Uber and we really need to focus on the age for that RFP. I would put that absolutely right up the top, so that's the accessibility for about 20% of our population to make sure that happens. I think a lot of students come here perhaps from Auckland and drive the car down and park it for a year, not realising that actually Dunedin is a whole lot more accessible city than they think. I did have concern about the market size of Dunedin and that's, I had to put my tourism hat on and ask that question about the Ubers, the taxis, etc., just to put it out there, but it also would fill in some gaps with the rental cars currently, which have all been sold off, and there is a real challenge around transport for a lot of people that come to the city. So I do support this. We need to get the emissions down. This is a great way of doing it. The RFP will see if there's need in the market for it, and we really literally need to move with the times.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just want to starting out and to follow up on Councillor Gary, this is car sharing, it's not ride sharing, and it's not taxi services because you'll be driving it. So I think when we talk about other such things, you've got to be careful about the impacts. I would expect that it would have a fairly big impact on car ownership, despite Councillor Vandervis not being sure about it. Just instead of having to look at the studies, think about the economic model. This thing has to work if it has to have a certain number of subscribers to that vehicle. There's not 7 to 10 people in the vehicle. There are 7 to 10 people that use the vehicle periodically over the course of a period of time. And if they are paying money into being a member of that car share, it's unlikely they're going to go and put out the extra expenditure of going and buying a car, which they're not using anymore because they're a member of a car sharing scheme. So it is expected to have an impact. Whether that number is 7 to 10 or 2 to 3, it doesn't matter so long as the number is above 1. The impact on Dunedin in terms of parking, I think the other thing when you're talking about parking, the $100,000 has been, it's already sitting in there in the notes saying that basically it's mostly about revenue, painting, lines and administrative things around administering these car parks. For this to work, these cars have to sit somewhere. They have to be given a belief that they won't get a ticket because they sat somewhere too long, and they have to be in a place where people will use them, which means they will not be sitting way out of the back of town. They'll be sitting in the area where people are using them. They'll be sitting in places where there are high demand on car parks. But they give you relief on parking demand if you reduce the number of vehicles, which gets back to success will depend on implementation. And my question about will we monitor it, that's going to be absolutely essential. We do have one monitoring that we can use. Infometrics supplies us with the data on car registrations year to year. And I really do caution this. I find that sometimes we climb onto an idea and we don't really know its impact. We feel it may be very impactful, but we need to measure it. We need to measure it with eyes wide open. So car sharing is a tool we are using. I don't really think it is the panacea to everything, but it works in some parts. It works very well where there's high demand on parking. It's undesirable to have a car park as a student if you've got a flat and 4 cars in it, really. And this, it gets back to the idea of we can't do one thing unless we've got another thing in place. If we change the parking rules around the North Dunedin area to make it less advantageous to keep a car permanently outside your flat because we actually need those parks, we can't do that until we give those people alternatives. So we need something like this sitting in place. And I think, just to finish up on this, it fits in the greater thing of all of it. So we need to also make sure we are strengthening the public transport at the same time. I actually don't believe anybody will leave a bus to this model because we don't have the value on cost there, but I can't imagine that renting this car is less than a bus fare. Your petrol or your electricity will not be free. And I would also think that the reason that sitting at 21 and older is probably sitting more with insurance than it is with the car companies themselves. And that may be an issue we'll have to resolve if we are actually targeting the North End, where actually not many people are over the age of 21. You know, so you got your first 3 years at university, you're not even the right age. But anyway, all of that, it's a very low risk for us to bring this forward. The impact on our own car parking is going to be minor compared to what we think the reward will be. As I agree, not necessarily well substantiated by measured data, but nevertheless, if the model works, then you must be able to rationally say that they must have had an impact on the owners. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I will, as Councillor Walker often says, I'll try and be brief. This is to back up ostensibly what everybody has said, but for slightly different reasons. One, I'm of the generation, as many of us are, that were brought up with the desire, the expectation, among other things, to own our own car. That was what we wanted. It was our sign of freedom. It was one of the first things we saved up for. This is not designed for us. This is not designed specifically for that. This is designed for the generations that have come after us, for the people with a different mindset. Yes, people of my generation are going to use it. I've considered using them when I've seen them overseas. Haven't been able to get it past the Chief Financial Officer, but that's not the point. I have considered using them. So it's not a gimmick or anything like that. And as Councillor Wiley pointed out, that there is evidence, well, it has been pointed out, but Councillor Wiley also has shared a wee link, which references a couple of studies done. For example, one US study indicates that a global car fleet could be reduced by 1/3 if sharing schemes were widely adopted. And another one, which was actually done by the International Transport Forum, says that roughly 10% of the vehicles currently in use would be able to maintain the same level of mobility if they were actually being shared. So I think we need to look past our generation's view or our historical view on things and look to the future, and this, as has been pointed out, is clearly it. So yes, I will be supporting.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And thank you to Mr Drew for providing the information that I asked about what had happened to Yugo, the car share company in Christchurch. And the answer is it's now called Zilch, the one that is reported on. And I can tell you, I'm looking at the map of their depots in Christchurch, and in central Christchurch they have 7 pick-up drop-off places, and they have one in Littleton. And why I'm bothering to tell you this is because one of those Christchurch ones is at the airport, and you can get a Zilch one way to the airport or one way from the airport. You don't have to go very far to think what a magnificent service that would be for people who use Dunedin Airport. Perhaps the airport company might like it too, because they could charge them for being on site and also not have to further expand their car park, to say nothing of the issues around emissions and good use of resources. So this really is an obvious pathway to follow, and if you don't, well, I don't think there's much logic involved in not doing so. Thank you.
Yes, I personally think that this is an issue of choice, convenience and profit. And if someone can come to town, a business can come to town and offer more choice for our residents and more convenience in their choice of transportation and their ability to move around our city, as well as make a profit, then I think all power to them. I myself run a car sharing operation at my home, and I have a really convenient vehicle that I bring to work most days at council, but any time when I'm not using it, there's very keen demand from the other two members of my household to use it. And so, and they use that because of the additional choice that's then provided, but the convenience of being able to park it easily and anywhere and not having to worry about it thereafter. But also the profit, because it's cheaper for them, being in a little EV, it's cheaper for them to use. The only part missing from the equation is that there's no extra profit for me by having them use it. However, nonetheless, it does work well as a car sharing scheme, and I have seen many student flats around Dunedin that could well do with pooling resources to have 1 or 2 cars for the flat of 6, say, instead of the 6 cars that we see, some parked in the off-street parking available and the rest on the street taking up space. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare, but I certainly hope that there are 1 or more companies that are interested in putting a proposal before us. So I do support it. Councillor Walker, your right of reply.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to most of you for indicating you're going to support this. And I'll go in reverse order here. Councillor Benson-Pope mentioned something that hadn't been mentioned, actually. I don't think there's anybody in this room, I'm certainly amongst them, who wouldn't love the opportunity to have a one-way option in a car to the airport to overcome some of the issues from getting back and forward from there, particularly highlighted by tourists, actually, who fly into Dunedin. Councillor O'Malley is indeed correct on the 7 to 10 analysis, just in case anyone was unsure of those relatively basic numbers. And he's right as well, it's not a panacea, but it will help address a number of car pressure issues that currently exist in Otapoti. And as he says, and I think he's right, it's a low-risk option for us to take here. Councillor Barker is also correct in saying it absolutely supports the livability of Dunedin. That's something we should always be focusing on. And it goes back to a number of things we've talked around about other issues in the system, in the city, a hospital included. Councillor Gary is right in saying it's a niche market, actually. It doesn't sit in opposition to other forms of travel. It's complementary. And I agree also with you. You made it very clear that the transition to EVs should be the ultimate goal here, and that's pivotal to our 2030 carbon zero goals, of course. Councillor Mayhem, she's also spot on that car ownership in New Zealand is a disgrace, actually. It's one of the highest in the world. And Dunedin actually has one of the lowest car occupancy rates in New Zealand, with an average vehicle occupancy of 1.13 people per car, sitting well behind Queenstown, which is 1.38. I think those figures are fairly tragic in terms of our zero carbon goals. And Councillor Wiley was absolutely spot on when he said this ultimately is about the needs of a modern city, sitting at the very heart of our strategic vision, which is to be one of the world's great small cities. And Councillor Gilbert is also right. This is not for all of us. I think that has to be remembered. I mean, for example, Shortland Street is an option to watch on TV. It doesn't mean we all have to watch the bloody thing, does it? But please, let's not condemn those who decide to watch it. That's a choice. And finally, Councillor Vandervus, the pressure on parking is, we can all pick out bits of research and debate whether it's real or not, but there's plenty out there. And actually reading that, is one of the concerns worldwide is that by giving up parks, it's somehow going to create more pressure on parking. But pretty much all of the available information I could glean absolutely categorically shows that it ultimately takes pressure off parking. So I think anyone around this table who is concerned about parking should 100% be supporting this move. So thank you. Thanks for the support.
So on that note, I'll put the motion.
By division, please.
Councillor 8.
So I have to go first, isn't it? And I haven't even spoken. Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervist.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes. Aye.
Carried 14-1.
Thank you. Item 10. FIFA Women's World Cup. We have Mr. Hendra to the chair and Mr. Pickford. Do you have any opening comments to make, gentlemen?
No, we're happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? Deputy Mayor Barker.
Recently there was the 100 days to the kick-off, and I just wonder, so that people could know, how much is a ticket to go to the games in Dunedin?
They're very cost effective. I believe for kids the lowest price is $10 and $20 for adults, and upwards from there.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you for the report and all the work in behind it, no doubt. I was curious to know, in the marketing communications and the campaign, how do you plan, or how do we plan to engage with people who are not focused on sport?
One of the key areas that we will be creating a marketing campaign on is around the Fan Festival. So this is a free program within the town hall across periods of the tournament time, and this is non-football fan specific, you could say. The program's still been in development, but we are looking at music acts, creative activities, and a whole range of different touch points with the wider community to get them engaged.
So the idea then is to encourage them to participate because of all these other things going on, and then the FIFA Women's World Cup is the kind of bonus.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Hendra. I've noticed there's quite a few people coming out to watch and look at some of the FIFA activities, some of the promotional activities that have had. What's the global audience for this event?
The forecast from FIFA is around 1.5 billion viewers, so that's significant. If you look at the Rugby World Cup, I believe in 2011 had about 60 million, and last year the Women's ICC Cricket World Cup had about 250 million, so significantly larger numbers.
So would you describe this, do you think this is a significant opportunity to promote Dunedin to a wide audience around the world?
Absolutely.
And do you think people will be looking to see if they can spot their relatives on the in the stadiums?
I know my mum will be.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks for the report. Just a question around ticket sales, which I know have been a bit draggy, other than obviously the Switzerland All Whites game, which will probably sell out. Any comments around those other games? Numbers?
I mean, we are anticipating a strong pickup closer to the tournament period. Traditionally, New Zealand and Dunedin people buy at the last minute, so we expect that to ramp up. The forecast across the tournament is about 90,000 for the 6 matches here, so that's a really good pickup, and I believe we are still on track with the majority of the marketing to come.
Excellent. So you've led me to a further question. The very strict rules that FIFA apply regarding ticket sales and the indication that last-minute sales wouldn't be an option. How are those talks progressing? Because, as you mentioned, it's probably imperative that that's an option here.
We do have a number of conversations with FIFA around understanding New Zealand, and this is through all the host cities and the local FIFA organisation as well. So we are hopeful that last minute ticket sales will be an option.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā kōrua, tēnā koe, Mr Hendra. Thank you so much for the report and the mahi. I'm just referring to the Māori impact statement and note that there are two mana whenua reps that have been working alongside you. Just checking that they are well remunerated or receiving koha for this mahi, please.
That's a good point that you have. I would have to double check that one. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
I wonder if you could tell us what the impact of was it the Saudis that, it was the Saudis, wasn't it, that are no longer sponsors, and interested in how that's impacted on people's approach to this or view of this really important tournament empowering women.
Sure. So there was public backlash against Visit Saudi when that was announced, and I believe that was heard quite clearly for FIFA, and because of that they obviously cancelled that sponsorship arrangement, and my understanding is people, public, federations, etc. are pleased that they've been listened to.
Thank you. I think we've exhausted questions. No? Councillor Gilbert?
I was staying to the end so that my list of questions might have been depleted by others. Alrighty. Starting off with, you mentioned in here, and I'm not even going to try and remember the number because I got lost in terms of numbering. The rules and regulations for businesses operating in the clean zones. What would they be?
Sure. So we are still waiting on the guidelines from MB. That's coming through, is it, I believe, next month sometime. So I won't be able to dig into the details there, but there are a number of general restrictions when it comes to MEMA being the Major Events Management Act, that protects the sporting body and their commercial affiliates. So it's things such as you can't state FIFA World Cup along your commercial businesses, those kind of areas, in addition to ambush marketing, selling T-shirts, etc. But more guidelines to follow.
What I would add is the clean zone is usually very similar for major events. We've had a number of MEMA managed events in the city in the past, starting from the 2011 Rugby World Cup. And so the businesses within the clean zone have done this many times before, so that none of this will be news to them.
I understand that, but the Fan Fest is new, and so businesses doing the Fan Fest, this will be new to them because some of them weren't in existence at that particular point, and the Fan Fest, as I understand it, is in the clean zone. So there will therefore need to be debranding, is that correct?
The clean zone around the Fan Festival is immediately around the Fan Festival. So for clarity, the Fan Festival is the town hall. It's not Octagon businesses. It's just around the one building itself.
Right. So will there be debranding required for any businesses taking part in any activity to do with FIFA?
Except for the stadium, which will be renamed. But no, if you are a business operating in the clean zone, you are allowed to operate your business. So if your brand was Sandy's Business, then you can still do that. You just can't say Sandy's Business FIFA sponsor.
The reason I ask is that those vendors who are taking part in the Fan Fest but not inside the building, outside, have been instructed that they will need to debrand whatever vehicle that they may have. So that's then kind of going up against what I'm hearing here. So I'm just trying to get it clear in my head.
Sorry to cut you. So within the fan festival, so the fan festival is defined as the town hall and the activities down Harrop Street. And so, yes, we will be working with, for example, a number of mobile food traders. And as part of the requirement from FIFA to be incorporated into the fan festival, they need to have a clean space or clean branded trading cart.
But that's entirely different than businesses who are operating just normally in the Octagon or anywhere in the clean zone. And so these are businesses we are inviting into the fan zone on the basis that they are providing a service, but within FIFA branding. It's a different.
And so these businesses that are choosing to take part in that, I'm assuming that the cost then of the debranding, because it is their choice to be there, will therefore be on them, or is that something we as a council are now expecting to pay?
We are working with those businesses. We are looking at 3 to 5 mobile food trucks, and we have reviewed the food trucks in Dunedin and looking at I guess the trucks that have less branding than others, just to make it a bit easier for all parties.
Cool. Moving on to the next question. Date of the civic welcome. There is mention of a civic welcome, that we're working on one. Do we have a date for that yet?
No, we get this information through FIFA team services. Our understanding is the Swiss team will be here from about the 10th of July, and it's up to them to decide on which date they would like their welcome. It might be a day or two later, so we're just waiting on that information.
Right, so the team themselves decide as to when we welcome them. Okay, cool. The branding of this, going back to branding of the city, how is that progressing in terms of dressing it up? Have we got plans for, like we do blackouts and stuff for the World Cup and for the All Blacks and stuff, are we doing a red and white out?
We're not doing it red and white out, but we do have FIFA promotional campaign starting around the city. I believe we're just in the process of putting something up at the Eco Centre, given that that's a high traffic area for sporting groups and families. We're looking at a billboard at the Meridian Mall and various other places. We're looking at launching more visible campaign areas from late May in the lead up to.
Thank you, and I do have other questions, but I won't hog the mic. I'll circle back if nobody else asks.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to the team organising this. This is very exciting to be the only venue in Te Waipounamu that's hosting FIFA, this incredible opportunity to showcase female sports. I just wondered about revenue. So we've upgraded to Huna Park and other sports facilities for the teams that we're hosting. Did that money, I think this was in a previous report, that was from the government?
There was some funding through MB and through Sport New Zealand for the upgrades.
How much does FIFA pay us for the stadium, for the venue? Have we got some stats on?
I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head. They do pay fees for the stadium highridge as well as the training site highridge, so they have exclusive use periods over 4 training sites.
And does that match the budget of expenditure that I know it's in the 10-year plan for us to host that? I just wonder if the money coming in matches what we're spending to showcase the city.
If you mean, does it balance it out? No, it doesn't.
But of course, visitor nights and expenditure to the city will.
Apologies. Yes, that's right. The forecast is significant.
Fantastic. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. So, in terms of waste minimisation and sustainability and things, it is loosely touched on in the report. Can you give any greater clarity as to what sort of steps we've got underway in terms around, because the plastic cups that are normally in the stadium are hideous and all those sorts of things. So what we've got in place for waste minimisation.
In regards to the stadium, I can't speak on their behalf. That's been led by DVML. However, in regards to the waste minimisation plan that we are investigating for the Fan Festival, which would be our main area, we're looking at the idea of reusable plates and bowls, etc., that we would then kind of work with DVML to work through their dishwasher system, so to speak. But it means that the waste for the Fan Festival would be quite minimal.
Awesome. So, and I'm assuming then that the system you're talking about is the one that the waste minimisation team are all over and is promoting the again system. Is that correct?
That is an area that we're investigating at the moment. We hope to have more information in May.
Awesome. And two more questions. One is around media relationships. Have we reached out to any media that we know are coming? Because I'm assuming it's not just one camera. I'm assuming they're going to be print, still, photography, cameras, etc. Have we reached out to them and trying to build a relationship, get them out into the big wider Dunedin world?
So the FIFA media expression of interest opened this month. I believe it closes next month. And once that's closed, then they'll start digging a little bit deeper into the opportunities for the city. And that's where we'll get more information to, like you say, reach out and discuss opportunities.
Awesome. I know the tourism and hospo sector will welcome any assistance there. And the last one from me is, I know we spoke last time, I think you were here, about investigating other events around the city to celebrate women's success, this is a women's in sport and success event, and we were in the process of looking at other options. Have we moved any further on that?
Yes, so we are still organising our schedule for activations. We have noted in the report that we have done activations at numerous sporting football events, fixtures, tournaments, Thieves Alley, South Dunedin Street Festival, Filipino Christmas, Orientation Week, Clubs Day, and we're looking at more opportunities. We are currently in discussion with the malls around pop-up activations during the winter school holidays about 2 weeks before at the moment, which we see as a good opportunity.
Sorry, I was meaning more like events, symposiums, seminars, conferences, those sorts of things to celebrate, whether it's women in business, women in success, women in sport, those sorts of things, lectures, that sort of stuff. I know we're talking about having some inspirational speakers, but just wondering what sort of format we've got around all that.
The Fan Festival is still being curated at the moment, so I can't really delve into too much. We are looking at 2 speaking series, one for kids and one for not kids.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I was going to ask that same question of Councillor Gilbert, but following on from Councillor Mayhem, you note on page 80 that the budget in the current year is just over 300,000 and next year 750,000. So is the next year one, is that primarily for promotion?
That's a number of reasons, given that the event itself sits in the next financial year. So you're looking at things such as production and venue hire for the Fan Festival, promotion, various areas around traffic, etc. So most of the bills get paid post-event. So,
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Given the numbers will be unprecedented for our city, would that be fair to say the numbers will be unprecedented of visitors and people coming in and out with fans and all the rest? Are you expecting that?
That has been forecasted by FIFA.
Yes, that's what I thought. So that being the case, what sort of pressure is that going to put on our accommodation providers?
It's likely to put some pressure on them. Yep.
are we having to look at outside the box ideas for accommodation, like calling for billeting or looking at bringing in some temporary accommodation or anything like that?
We are in regular discussions with the hotel sector, and it's at the moment they haven't seen the pressure, but we are still forecasting and have those open dialogues.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Just want to ask a couple of questions about, there's been questions about the cost, but I also wanted to ask a question about the benefits. Was there $1.6 million given by government to improve our sports fields?
I would have to double check that figure. I can't remember it off the top of my head.
And I guess Mr. Christie might be able to help with this. There was a suggestion of a $10 million boost to the Dunedin economy, and I just wonder where those figures, I won't ask where those, where did those figures come from? There was, overall it was $60 million to the New Zealand economy, and is that because we're one of the major centres hosting that we would expect a boost of $10 million?
Yes, that's correct. We expect a number of domestic and international visitors coming to our city and staying for longer than usual periods.
I could just add to that, Councillor, that full economic analysis will be done on the value of this event post-event, as most major events are.
Councillor Gary.
I just wanted to check with you. My understanding is that at times when we have a big event, the eyesight plays a really pivotal role, and Ms Vanilli had spoke to that when she was before us recently around that role when there's pressure on accommodation. Will that be the case this time?
Yes, correct.
And that's pointing people in the direction of, excellent, because some of the smaller accommodation providers aren't necessarily on the likes of booking.com, etc. Yeah, great. And forgive me, you may have covered this when I was out of the room, but inspirational speakers, will there be a connection with particularly the girls' schools in the city, the female schools in the city, where they've got young women excelling in sport, and the co-ed schools as well, of course, but where there's a real focus on women's sports? Will there be interaction with those schools in terms of the inspirational speakers?
We are looking to host a school symposium on one of the mornings, the only day that Dunedin hosts a day match. And so we're looking at this pre-match, and I believe my team have reached out to schools locally and in the immediate region around this opportunity, with the focus on girls.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, we appear to have exhausted questions. So thank you, gentlemen. So on that note, I'd like to put the motion that we, not put the motion, I'd like to move the motion that we note the FIFA Women's World Cup 2023 update report, seconded Councillor Mayhem. Would anyone like to speak to that? Councillor Gary.
I just simply want to acknowledge the work that has gone on to get us to this point. There's still a lot to go, and the team will be beavering away. This is such a great opportunity to showcase our city to the world and to empower young women, and particularly in the area of sports. So just want to acknowledge that work.
Thank you. And so with my right of reply, I'd just like to say this is a very exciting event. I've thoroughly enjoyed the promotional events that I've taken part in, and I really exhort the people of Dunedin to get out there and purchase their tickets so that they don't miss out, because there will be some very exciting games of football, and it'll be hard for people to realise the standard of football that we will be exposed to. I personally went to several games of when we had the, under 17 World Cup here, of the men's, and it was really wonderful to go and see that quality football being played in our stadium. So, on that note, I'd like to put the motion. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Carried unanimously. And at that point, I think we'll have a break for lunch, because lunch is 12. Is probably so lunch has arrived. We're due for 12, but we might as well stop now because we could be dragging on here for another half an hour. So that'll give us a chance for a break, and we'll resume again at 12:30. Thank you. Welcome back. So, next item, number 11, page 82 on the agenda. Mosgiel Recreation Area Reserve Management Plan, Notice of Intent. Mr. Pickford, Mr. Brinkley, do you have any comments to make? Then we'll take questions. Any questions? Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. One is, I noticed you've got part of the Silver Stream walkway included in the area, but not the whole length, not even like down to the helicopters. And particularly, I'm just concerned that there's only going to be that part. I mean, I understand it makes a nice, easy, nice shape.
It would go to Winkatui Road, to the bridge, yeah.
And the other thing, you don't mention anywhere contacting the users, particularly like Torrey Rugby Club, Torrey Athletics, Mosgiel Football Club, the schools in terms of the use of the gym for mini ball. There's no mention of direct contact with the users?
We didn't list them all out, but that is our intention, is to go and talk to every single stakeholder that we know uses the facilities. Yeah.
And then further on from that, with only having a 3-week submission, open for submissions, it doesn't leave long. Most of those clubs only meet at best once a month, so whether they're going to have a meeting within that submission period, I'm just concerned that's a relatively short timeline.
Yeah, we'll be contacting the people that we know who are officials in the club, and then we'll organise meetings outside of their sort of normal meeting schedule, so we'll try and sort of contact them that way.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 questions. The first is following on from Councillor Lucas's question. On page 91, it says Parks and Recreation Services staff will be available to discuss the proposal and how submissions can be made. And I just wondered what that availability looks like, if it's at public meetings, or how would people who are reading the statement of proposal get hold of staff?
Yeah, our intention is to have a drop-in type situation where we can have a space maybe for a day or even a number of days, and just make it public that will be available for questions.
And my next question was just around the engagement questions. They look a little closed to me, and I just wondered if there would be space under 1 and 2. What do you think is the best use of the Mosgiel recreation area? And there's maybe 7 or 8 there and people have to rank them, but I wondered if there might be other uses that people find. And also, what do you think may be made better? There's a number of suggestions, but would there also be an open bit at the end of that for people to answer those questions?
John and I were actually talking about this prior to the meeting. We did think that that we could insert something here around other options that people might have ideas about. And one thing that we did notice actually on the map, although the wording is descriptive, is correct, the map showing the Peter Johnston Park should include which reserve is it?
Murray Street Reserve.
Murray Street Reserve. So the wording is correct because that reserve is actually part of Peter Johnstone, but the map will be just altered to include that orange line extending towards Murray Street.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is more like the strategic effect of this, given that these are important spaces to the south of the city, large spaces. And the questions are very much, as Councillor Barker pointed out, very much about how do you view these as a Mosgiel resident, but what about the context of this management plan in the whole citywide provision of facilities? Yeah.
Absolutely, and this ties in with a whole lot of other pieces of work that we're doing. Sports facilities review, so we've got some significant sports fields here, junior soccer, all that sort of thing, and so it's part of, with these questions, a lot of them were prompts, formal garden spaces, organised sport, and so we hope that that would spur a whole lot of other thoughts. And Simon's right, we should have put a free text piece below that. But it does tie in with some other work that we're doing around the whole provision of sports fields across the whole city. And not just sports fields, there's also indoor facilities as well. So, because there's, that indoor gym space.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā korua, Mr. Pickford, Mr. Brinkley. My question is kind of very minor. It was relates to point 12 on page 83, just about the period of engagement, consultation. And forgive my ignorance and lack of concentration, but is this a standard, the 20 working days, is that standard? Or do staff have discretion as to how long these periods will be?
I can answer that one. Yes, so the Reserves Act's very prescriptive about how we do a reserve management plan. The first engagement, the Reserves Act doesn't specify a time, so we've chosen 20 working days, which we took to be a month. The second period of engagement, the Reserves Act does say, and that's 2 months. So we thought a month was quite a long time. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for indulging me. In the report, it refers to a work plan that came to Council Planning and Environment Committee on the 17th of November 2020, and I see one of these on this priority list and the timeline. Is it possible to have an updated report, because there's been some changes obviously in which plans are getting reviewed when, to come to us?
Yes, that's on our work list as well. So I'm to provide one of those very soon.
Councillor Walker, did you have a hand? You're just waving. Okay. We appear to have exhausted questions. What a question, Councillor Hurley.
Thanks. Friends of the Memorial Gardens, I'm just wondering if you've had communication with that group.
Not in relation to the reserve management plan, but they are certainly on our list to consult with. Yeah.
Rightio, we're done. Thank you very much. So, we have a motion here. I'm prepared to move that the Council approves the statement of proposal and stage 1 engagement questions for the Mosgiel Recreation Area and commencement of the public consultation process. Do I have a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Barker. Okay, would anyone like to speak to that? Councillor O'Malley.
I'm actually just preempting, I'll be speaking to the next item because they're two interrelated. This one is in the Mosgiel area. This is what Logan Park was like 30 years ago. And I'm thinking that as we develop these plans, we need to be thinking strategically as to whether or not this Peter Johnson Park Memorial Park will take on a role that is currently sitting at Logan Park for most of the city, for the southern part of the city. Thanks.
Very good. Very exhausted commentary. In that case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 12. Welcome back, gentlemen. Any commentary, any pre-commentary on this? No? Any questions on this? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you. My question's really related to the fact that I was actually a participant about 8 years ago when the Logan Park there was a management plan at that point being put forward, and then that went to a certain distance, then stopped. Are you picking that up again, or are you starting from fresh when you go forward?
We're starting from fresh.
And I guess my question is, will you be wearing body armour when you go into the room? Because when that was started from fresh, which was from a previous attempt to talk about management at Logan Park, and the interested parties were very frustrated that involved themselves in other activities and not got in.
I mean, we have had a lot of feedback with the users of Logan Park, which has partly, I guess, spurred this. So we do have some background consultation. We've talked with a few groups, tennis particularly, and a few others, Football South. So we're not going in totally from scratch, but we're looking to do this as a reserve management plan, a new reserve management plan.
Councillor Vandevers.
Further to Councillor O'Malley's comment, I go back further. Councillor Hudson, if anyone can remember him, and another reserve management plan for Logan Park way back then, and I have seen an awful lot of money spent on successive management plans, and that's basically all that's happened. And as you've confirmed, you're sort of basically starting fresh again, although you will have a look, I suppose, at what has gone before. What's going to be different now with this load of new paperwork, when in the past several of these attempts have amounted to just another load of paperwork?
What we're going to be doing this time, well, I'm assuming I wasn't involved in the previous ones, but what you normally do in a reserve management plan is you ask all the users and associated people, what are the current issues? And we know that there's a lot of issues down there. Everyone wants to play at Logan Park. We've got other parks in the city where you're not getting utilisation. So what we're trying to do is, look at what everyone's needs are and see if we can actually maybe redistribute some codes around town, some games around town, and just look at the major issues and just sort of try and work through those.
What I would add to what Mr. Brinkley has said is, those years ago we didn't have our back-end house in order, but we've taken some time now to review our processes, employ folk like John, who are experts in this area, have a work program, start to look strategically. It's not by chance that both the Mosgiel and the Logan Park ones are here today, because we do need to look at it as a network as a whole, and so we are starting to take that strategic approach. So I think we are better placed to do it now as well.
Well, thank you very much for that additional piece of reassurance, which I really felt the need of. No criticism of Mr. Brinkley, but word for word, it's been an echo that I've heard here 3 times. So hopefully this time round there will be some action and a genuine strategic overview.
We appear to have exhausted questions. So, once again, thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, Councillor Wiley has indicated a wish to move. Can I take that as Councillor O'Malley will second the motion? Would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Wiley.
As we've heard from several councillors around the table, that this has been an ongoing issue for many, many years. I think the key is, I'm heartened to hear from CEO Graham, there is 2 parts to this. One, to have the back end of the council in order to be able to proceed accordingly. And we already know that there are many interested users at Logan Park. Many of them are detailed in this report, but it is going to be important that they all come and speak out and be part of the process and have their say, because this is about a future of Logan Park. It is about a key recreational asset for the city. And so I look forward to seeing what comes out of the engagement. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
My concern, as I brought up in question time, is that we've had too much of the management plan, and even if you were to call it an action management plan or a management action plan, again, we have a history of putting a lot of resource into these things, getting a lot of feedback, and it seems to me that there are some quite powerful individual group agendas around these plans, and Logan Park would probably represent an area that has the most agenda-driven stakeholders, if you like, impinging on it. It's the battle of these opposing factions, if you like, that I think has been the main reason that not much has actually been able to move in a positive direction in the past. And I hope that the Chief Executive and Mr. Brinkley are able to somehow negotiate, without having to use the body armour suggested by Mr O'Malley, Councillor O'Malley, a way forward that actually looks at Logan Park that really is in the interests of the whole of the city, rather than the quite powerful particular interests of sports groups and other users that are there currently and wish to have primacy. So it's really a case of good luck, and don't underestimate the difficulty that you may encounter in trying to really do something at Logan Park which serves the wider interests of the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eklund.
I'd like to remind people that this would have been done over 10 years ago if the fact that the council hadn't changed its lineup and changed their view on various things, and the funding for it was actually withdrawn. That's why it's not already done.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I want to start by acknowledging the staff's expertise and their mahi to date on this matter. And Councillor Wiley rightly referred to Logan Park as a key recreational asset for the city. I have a text on my phone just received 10 minutes ago before we came back from lunch from Mr Des Smith, who for many years has spoken to me about the need for this management plan. He's been involved previously and fully engaged in previous attempts to coordinate a management plan. And knowing his very constructive approach to things community, he'll be a pivotal stakeholder and will approach it. There will be no need for body armour where Des is involved. And I know that he will fully engage with this process, looking for a positive outcome. So I wish the staff well in this endeavour, and this time has come.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you. Well, my first interaction with this was before I was on council with the University Football Club as one of the interested parties, and I can tell you on that first meeting people were quite literally angry at the staff when they turned up because they had said we had gone through this before and it went nowhere. I sat through that mechanism and felt that it went really well, and then everybody had come to a place that they agreed on, and then when the plan was generated, it wasn't what we'd agreed on in the room. And so I'm very much, and that was different staff. They're not in the council anymore, and it was a different structure. And so I don't extend that worry to the staff we have now, but I am letting them know that people will remember what happened last time with the same institution, which was the Dunedin City Council. We did get to a point where we budgeted work down there. It was a large budget, and we did step back from it, but that actually isn't why this is needed. Even that work back then was deviated away from what was actually consulted on. And so I have been pushing for a management plan down there since then for this purpose of making sure that we are working on this. And I also did want a management plan out at Mosgiel for the same reason, because Logan Park is almost at the point of being overdeveloped. And a lot of the long-term users down there are feeling the pressure of the city putting yet another artificial activity down there on those surfaces, and those clubs that are playing there are getting pressed out. So that's why I asked about a city-wide perspective of this. A good example really is the football turf. It's an incredible facility. But now everybody's got their eyes on it, which means that we will be looking to meet those needs. We will be looking at some point or another to put more artificial turfs in another part of the city, and that's where the Memorial Park, Peter Johnson Park plan, I think will have an important part to play. And don't forget Sunnyvale in that regard when we're talking about the southern end of the city. We have to have these plans in place though, so that we can actually move forward in a cohesive and well-managed way. And I'm hoping that the plans effectively open up an ability to have a flexible response to what is going on in those areas rather than jumping from one thing to the next. So I support this, and as I said before with the previous item, the two interlinked. They are both interlinked to each other, I believe.
Very good. Your right of reply, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor van der Vest talked about an agenda driven by stakeholders, and past history with the various sports. I think the key that I look at where this is the time for this engagement to take place, we've now got a covered cricket area at Tonga Park. We've had upgraded football facilities at Tahuna Park, plus the artificial pitch that Councillor O'Malley just mentioned, and we've also had an additional hockey field at Kings. And so touching on what Councillor O'Malley has just talked about, yet Logan Park is and has been under extreme pressure from the sporting codes. And I would very much agree with Councillor O'Malley's comment that there needs to be a wider city approach taken to the sports facilities. And I think that's what we'll see coming out of this engagement. Because again, it is a city asset, but moving the recreational services around is going to be an asset as well. And I think it will be interesting to see what the feedback of both engagements will be. Thank you.
Very good. I'll now put the motion that you see on the screen before you and in your agendas. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 13, the Land Transport Management Amendment Bill submission. Mr. Drew, Ms. Helen Chapman, and Ms. Janine Benson. Would you like to speak to the item?
I would, but my thing's just frozen up, excuse me. I'll reopen it. So on page, I'm going to find it again, bear with. On page 112 of your agendas, item 3, so the tight turnarounds, we haven't had the opportunity for the university or Te Whatu Order to confirm the submission. So if this submission is approved here today, we may need to use the Chief's minor editorial changes to just say that the three organisations support initiatives to improve public transport. Other than that, happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm quite curious about the amount of people that have had premature deaths caused by nitrous oxide and particulate emissions. This was in 2016 and it's got a 1 beside it, but I couldn't find the reference. Is there a reference that I've missed? And that's on page 113.
There should be a reference. It's referring to the HAPENS study, which was a major New Zealand study on air quality that was released last year. There should have been an email link, a link to the website in the paper. It's probably gotten lost in the system.
Maybe there should be, because it is being a letter being sent, I guess, maybe just the link there, because I was actually really interested and quite horrified that it said that Dunedin had a rate of premature deaths caused by nitrous oxide and particulate emissions of 126 per 100,000 of the population. So I was actually quite interested in that research. It'd be really good, actually, maybe if you could send councillors the link.
So in terms of that statistic, which is actually quite horrifying, it's a pretty high percentage to be caused by particulate emissions. Is that what those people have written on their death certificates?
I haven't viewed the death certificates, but it was a comprehensive study undertaken, so I imagine they would have looked at the evidence into people's cause of death.
Right, thank you. Do we have any other questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks. Just a couple, actually. On-demand services, and you mentioned Timaru, and that's point 22 on page 115. Do we have any numbers around how successful that's been?
There are numbers. I can send numbers around later if you'd like to see them. They have seen significantly increased usage and better satisfaction than with the previous route-based service.
And my next question really is, as I'm looking through to the modifications of the Land Transport Management Act, it still looks like regional councils are still going to be in charge. There's still basically going to be regional councils and cards in charge of public transport, but territorial authorities may be allowed now to own a bus company, for instance, or a train set, for instance. But there's nothing. Am I correct in saying there's nothing been changed in the legislation that does allow territorial authorities to be in charge of their public transport? That's still sitting under regional councils?
The legislation does have the responsibility for planning still sitting with regional councils. There is the ability under the Local Government Act for a regional council to transfer the responsibility to a territorial authority, but the regional council would need to choose to do so, and any territorial authority would have to be happy to accept that responsibility.
So, yes, so that means that although we've had there's big changes here in terms of delivery and what companies could be, how you can set up your delivery systems, but there's been no change except for that minor, well, I call it minor, change in the Local Government Act about 2 years ago or 3 years ago. There's been no change in the government's position on regional councils running and organising the public transport as far as I can see.
Not to my knowledge, there's been no change. There is a wider process looking at role of local government that may be considering that, but this legislation is on a faster track.
I was wondering if we could put a paragraph in, I'm looking at the Chief Executive now, or us, that says that we would also like to see amendment to allow territorial authorities to control their public transport system. I'd like to put that in. I basically said the wording here, so I think we can just do it as a minor wording change rather than need it on the screen. But
you've captured that, Lynn? Or we can capture it.
That territorial authorities be also that it basically not be an obligate state situation where regional councils are required to provide the public transport system.
If the council are happy with that as being a minor editorial change, I'm happy to incorporate it. But
otherwise, I can bang one out before lunchtime tomorrow and put it in a personal. Okay, thank you. That's it for me, really.
The wording of that one might be quite important in terms of where who controls the shift and what have you. So anyway, we'll see.
We can leave it off.
Oh, no, we can have it in. I'm quite happy to have it in. I think it's the sentiment. What I'm hearing is good. It's just to get the wording right.
Okay, the wording would be there's a section in the Land Transport Management Act that actually specifically states it, and so we would say we would like that section amended to allow territorial authorities to deliver public transport.
I suspect that is probably something that should go up for inclusion in the submission, because that is just from my interpretation more than minor.
Mr. Chairman. Your Worship, it seems to me I've got no objection to what the Chief Executive is suggesting, but I support what Councillor O'Malley is saying, and it would seem to me it's totally aligned with existing council policy about much and all as we have been rebuffed on every occasion. It's still a policy decision of this authority that we should be in charge of our local public transport system. So can hardly be any argument about what's being suggested, I would have thought.
Can I just make the suggestion that Councillor O'Malley works with staff to get appropriate wording that will work. Do we not adjourn? Yes, let's do that. Let's adjourn for 5 minutes and work on it. Thank you. I move that we adjourn for 5 minutes to work on it. Second, Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour say aye. Against? Anyone? Resolution's now up on the screen for you all to have a look. So it's essentially that Land Transport Management Act is amended to enable territorial authorities to deliver public transport. It's nice and simple.
No, it depends who is moving. Yeah, so then no.
It's not an amendment. Are we at a stage? Yes. So I'm just worried about that quizzical look. Councillor Vincent Pope? You happy with that? Okay. I think, yeah, I think it's quite generic that because the rules, the Act also states that both parties have to be agreeable to that shift. So, but it's at the moment, regional councils must run public transport. This enables the possibility. Councillor Vandervis.
Would it not be politic to unpublicly run this past the ORC first and get their reaction to it before we actually commit it to a... Well, no, I don't think it's too late. I mean, it's been proposed. My proposal would be that, given that there's no particular urgency for this, that we simply let the ORC know that this is something that we're interested in putting up, and that we would like their comment on it first before we put it up, in the interests of keeping, you know, their very significant interest in this issue as being recognised.
Okay, so my reading of it is the submission period closes tomorrow, so we're pretty short on time to do it. However, I mean, there's time this afternoon for us to discuss with the relevant people. So I would like to. So I'd like to suggest that we leave it on the table until we've had a chance to have a quick discussion about it. But is it?
We could
Before the end of
adjourn debate
the
on it
session.
in the meantime.
Before the end of the council session today. Yeah, to see if we can get some instant feedback.
So
Okay.
I have just texted the regional council to advise what's been proposed and see if there are if they can see any issues with that.
I think, given that we're in a new period of collaboration and cooperation and working towards it, I think it would be helpful just to test the waters of that. I think it would be polite to do so, because we have had some similar things coming in the other direction. So I'd like to move that we adjourn this item to a later point of the meeting, but we will come back to it this meeting. Councillor
I've got a question of clarity of the mover, just so that I understand. So what I'm reading there, I thought I understood that this is already enabled, but with, for example, ORC willingness. So that doesn't specify. Did I get that right? So at the moment that is possible for territorial authority, us, to deliver public transport, but it would have to be something that the ORC was happy with. That doesn't address that issue.
That's an amendment in the Local Government Act, and the Land Transport Management Act is still basically allowing or actually putting the activity exclusively in regional councils. I guess my feeling would be, in terms of waiting for an answer from, would be that what if they said no? And then the other one is, this isn't saying that we're coming for the buses, we're just saying that the legislative environment at the moment is too restrictive and too prescriptive, and that's really where I wanted to go.
It just doesn't seem to me that quite does it, but I'll leave it.
Yeah,
I didn't want to get too specific.
Yes, I've got a little bit of comment on this. I think you're talking about two different acts here, and Councillor, you're both right. And whilst it might be enabled in Local Government Act, it's not enabled in the Transport Act, which is still prescriptive and says must. However, we have had an answer from OIC, which says they're okay with it. So
the informal response, but I'm happy to go with it, is that thanks makes sense to enable future options. So because it was options based only.
Yep. So there we go. And I think, well, my view is that was certainly the polite thing to do, and we've got a positive response. So I would take that as being worthwhile that little bit of time it took. Therefore, we can proceed with the motion that we see upon the screen. So moved by Councillor O'Malley and seconded by Councillor Gilbert. Okay, as before. So, who would like to speak to this? Well, Councillor O'Malley, you'd like to speak to it, I imagine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Listen, these amendments that are coming through this amendment bill are actually really positive. The mechanism of delivering services now can be actually, a territorial authority now can own its buses again. So this is a major change in the public transport operating model, and I feel it went almost all the way. And so that's the last thing I would like to see, is that the flexibility be put in there, that territorial authorities could be potentially able to run their own public transport system. If we look at the way this was written back when the Land Transport Management Act was originally written, this was to deal with large large regions that had more than one territorial authority in it, principally Auckland. And it was to get them to coordinate their transport systems. In terms of the general layout of the country, you could argue that Wellington and the Hutt Valley also run into that, and Christchurch with Selwyn and Waimakariri also do. But that's it. Dunedin was caught up in a change which effectively, accepted we have a bus service to Palmerston. All of the public transport systems entirely inside this territorial authority, and I think that as we work forward with our friends at the ORC, it allows us to have the flexibility to go with any design that we go forward in the future, and it potentially gives us a little bit more bargaining power if we don't get the cooperation we need, because our public transport system is absolutely essential for the outcome of all our other transport needs. So that's the one bit I wanted to add it in, but my general feedback to the government in general actually is this has been a major set of changes which have actually all been for the positive. It is rolling back a whole heap of stuff that really got in the way of good delivery, and to have that stuff removed out and put back in, and more back to where we were prior to these changes, should, I think, give us a better outcome in public transport. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Yes, this has come up numerous times before, and so I think it's really positive, because that's where I read it as well, that it's sounding like there's more leniency to the district council being able to step in and look at buses, running the public buses, which not necessarily saying we will do that, but it gives us an option. And it has been hugely frustrating, in my opinion, when we've had a lot of discussion over these, last term certainly, around making changes that affect people using their cars and how they get around the city, but not having really good alternatives with public transport. And I think anything that can improve that would be good. If we had a bit more control of that, we can align it better with what we're wanting to do in that sector. And I think that has to be beneficial. Certainly, I don't know whether this would come under that, but a loop bus, if this would help us get the loop bus, that would be really good. Thank you.
Councillor Andervis.
I'm all for enabling us to be able to do things. What I am very wary of, however, is having a bus system that's run by two separate authorities, and those authorities having essentially different drivers for how they do things. The reason why only one authority was charged with having the bus system in the first place wasn't just Auckland, in my view, although that was obviously a major. The real issue was that if you've got public transport being run by more than one authority, that public transport system simply cannot be as integrated and as effective as if you have a single entity running it. If you look at the history of Dunedin running buses, and you have to go back quite a wee way, but we have done it. We have not done it that well. There's been a lot of criticism of the ORC, but if you were to compare the ORC performance in running buses and ours, I don't think you would find the ORC wanting, comparatively speaking. So I'm reasonably happy to vote for this now that it's been squared with the ORC on an unofficial basis, that they don't have a problem with us submitting to be enabled. But I am very wary of the problems that will be encountered when you have two authorities trying to run one public transport system.
I just make the point, this is a submission to government. At the end of the day, the government will make the decision as to what they uptake. So there's a point of view that has been expressed around at this council table for some years now. So it's certainly in line with what our thinking has been, but I certainly would not want it to interfere in any way with the collaboration and cooperation that we're enjoying at the moment, and that I hope to see produce benefits for the public transport, travelling public of Dunedin. So, any more speakers? Okay. Any right of reply, Councillor O'Malley?
Thank you, Your Worship, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's always been run by one authority. So the idea would be, it's not that if a territorial authority was to take over the public transport, then the regional council would not be. And it's not Otago Regional Council or Dunedin City. It's just the relationship between territorial authorities and regional councils. I personally had never wanted Dunedin to get hold of the public transport system the way the PTOM ran at the moment, as it did run. These changes bring about the kind of changes that are needed to run an efficient system. So at that point, then it becomes something that would be desirable for Dunedin to be associated with. Otherwise, you were taking basically a poison chalice. The improvements are quite dramatic, actually, in terms of how public transport can be delivered. And I think at that point, then we need to just go back and ask the other thing that occurred during that reform period, and that is who's responsible for delivering of it. And that's what that small amendment to the submission is. And as you rightly point out, Mr. Mayor, it's only a submission to the government. They may or may not listen.
So, on that note, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 14. Page 117. The review of the electricity regulation submission about hazards from trees. We have Mr. Pickford and Mr. Betrick. Welcome, gentlemen. Do you have any comments to make? Prior questions? No. Questions? Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page 118D, I just want to understand what create confusion in gaming opportunities which increase the costs for works owners. I couldn't find any more information on what that meant. Is it about who's responsible for trimming the trees, or?
Sorry, Councillor, could you repeat the point, the reference for? So that's speaking to the no interest notice that tree owner is issued if it's getting within the growth limit zone of the power lines. So what that's saying is it has two options, a trim or a no interest. A lot of the time people will take the trim option with the no interest up their sleeve, so they get a free trim and then it's still the responsibility of the work owner to go back and either fell the tree or maintain it within their parameters. So that cost is obviously not doubled, but it's increased by virtue of that option having.
Oh, sorry, I just want to follow on from there is, so we get obviously a lot of opportunities to submit to government, and I wondered why particularly the DCC had an interest in this, and is there cost to the DCC of people with that gaming opportunity that we end up paying for some of these tree trims or cuts?
The cost sits with the work owner, whoever maintains the vegetation around whichever network they're working on. So that cost is incurred by that work owner.
So we would, as the DCC, we would have more interest than the common person in this. I mean, I'm just looking at with Aurora, obviously, which is the Lions Company, and then we also have forests and trees and road reserves and stuff. So I'm just trying to understand why we chose to submit particularly on this.
The submission speaks more closely to the clarification around the trim notice. Later on in the piece it speaks about the wording from, I think it's or a trim to a fell, which clarifies that ability to go, we're removing this tree for the reasons of. It would be seen to be not streamlining it, but making it a little bit easier to navigate for obviously tree owners as well.
Have there been complaints about tree owners expecting that trees were going to be trimmed and then they discovered that they were trimmed at ground level? And so, because I noticed there is, I have noticed this happening in the neighbourhood, and but personally, I was under no misconception because it was clearly explained when it happened to my trees, that they would be trimming up high or at ground level. But the euphemism of trim was used consistently as opposed to trim versus fell. So it's just to clear up that potential for misunderstanding, and is that as a result of complaints? And that's just a matter of curiosity, really.
In a previous life, I am aware of those complaints, but they effectively would be dealt with through the work owner. In Dunedin's case, in Dunedin City, it would be Delta. Yeah, those complaints would move through there.
Well, I certainly had great interactions with Delta, and they left it completely clear what they were going to do. So that was really good. Anyway, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Mr. Hogg, Mr. Pickford, where is the any information around any history in DCC where this has been an issue? Or has there?
Sorry, just to clarify, history around felling of trees on a trim notice?
Causing problems.
As I said previously, all of those would be dealt with through Delta or the work owner. We don't manage a tree trimming program on the back of the network owner. We don't, like Delta, manage that.
Okay, I can understand that. Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to have a little bit of space in my question here, and I just want to preempt it with, on October the 7th, 2015, when I was on the Saddle Hill Community Board, there was a 20-hectare fire at the top of Saddle Hill, just on the top of the highway there, and that was caused by, in the ODT articles at the time, caused by limbs coming off the gum trees in 60 to 90 kilometre winds. And as I was recalling that episode and the fire and the issues the Saddle Hill Community Board had to deal with through that period, I don't see that actually being covered in the submission. Or actually, I don't even see it covered in the review of the electricity hazards from trees regulation document as well, because they were gum trees. So there's in the government document, it's consistently talking about pine trees or plantations, but very little about exotics. And even reading through our document and our submission, I don't see a lot or anything in that basis. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, so in our submission we refer to making a distinction between forestry blocks and like urban amenity trees, which would include trees on private property as well as council-owned trees as well. And looking at, we also mention considering hedgerows in the same instance as like a forestry block where it's a continuous line, so it's more of a measurement than actually specifically looking at a single specimen tree.
And I guess when I think of the gum tree and how much that sort of breaks apart to a point in high winds and the limbs and the bark that's shed from it, and that was the cause of this fire. So no, to a point actually, you could have had the 1/2 metre or the even greater buffer. It may not have had any effect at that point. But we don't, is that not in scope for us to address or reference?
We reference it as far as we comment on whether we extend the growth limit zone, which is, we've decided not to extend that and looked at more of a proactive management strategy towards managing trees because they're dynamic, they're not a static asset. So you need to, identify a tree's particular, problems or things like that. So if trees are able to be assessed on that basis, then you would by default start to pick up things like that, whether stringy bark is in there and it could be a cause.
So what I'm hearing from you, I'm reading paragraphs 25 and 32, would very much cover off what you're thinking.
To look at how the trees get assessed in the first place, and that's the sort of clarification between like a forestry block where it's just a continuous line, they're all the same species, they're managed in a very specific way, as opposed to individual specimens where you can identify through all of tree dynamics, health, inclusions, unions, such like, by someone who understands that, and then that risk assessment can be put forward to however you manage that vegetation within close proximity to lines.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the other note that we had, that I had after the fire in 2015, was the fact that there was quite a bit of speculation within the local community at the time that they didn't feel that tree limbs had actually had a factor in the fire, but actually it was the wires touching. And yet I see, and even though you can't really cover it in the submission because of what it's focused on, is there's minimal bracing in a lot of lines where they run parallel and where with high winds they can actually touch. Do you have any comment?
No comment.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick, and I know you're standing in for Mr. Hogg and Mr. McLean, who can't be here. So if you'll bear with. I noticed in the discussion document it talks about the current process being cumbersome, and I understand it from the works owner's point of view. But is there another aspect to this that also we are advocating to some degree in this submission for our ratepayers, who will from time to time be approached by the works owners and told that either they have to have a first trim or a cut, as it's described now. Fell is the word that we're working towards. Is that not correct, that we're actually advocating also for our ratepayers who will have an interaction with this process? So was that part of the thinking when the submission was written?
Not directly part of the thinking, but by default, because networks and lines they run across private land, public land, all sorts of land. So there's no distinction under the regulations of land ownership. It's the process that sits over that and how that gets managed.
And if you'll indulge me, I've got a number of questions. Was there any thought given to the reason why the dispute process might be underutilised and that it's not particularly well known?
I think that was just derived on the amount of submissions through that dispute process.
If I can just add to that, I think we both agreed, we talked earlier, that it's probably something that's not promoted well enough, and that's maybe something we did, in hindsight, think we could actually tweak the submission along those lines.
And I was going to ask about that. And can I ask you to just tell us about your thinking around the tree health? Because I was really refreshed to see that it isn't just a lens of they're getting near the power lines, it's a risk from that point of view, and we all understand that, but the tree health being part of it as well. Can you just tell me about the thinking that went into that part of the submission?
Yeah, absolutely. We consider it in the same breadth as how we manage everything, because we work from a risk awareness perspective as opposed to risk adversity, where risk adversity would say we clear everything regardless of the health and integrity of particular trees. If we took that path, it wouldn't be too good. So we look at it from a perspective of having professional people that understand how to assess a tree, and then the basic assessment is if the tree is, its integrity is fine and there's nothing that could potentially come in contact with the lines, or not necessarily potentially come in contact, but the probability of that would be very, very low. And so we balance that with the amenity of those trees that we're looking at. This is stuff on our land, and our submission speaks to having that as a broader assessment of trees in general for the, where they are potentially in conflict with lines.
And two more questions. You touched on it before, the acknowledgement that you've got everything from forestry blocks, rural land, to individual trees and individual privately owned properties, and the process for all of that. Do you think it adequately deals with that?
Sorry, do you mean the process as it stands now?
The process as suggested for improvement.
There is some improvement that could be made there. That's obviously up to the authority to choose whether they take that advice.
And finally, my final question is the process of advising let's take it a private landowner. In my understanding, it's through the mail. We know the mail is very slow. And that there's difficulty in finding landowners often, as opposed to occupiers. Is that still the process, that landowners are advised via mail?
I can't answer that today. I would have to confirm with Delta, but that's easy enough to do.
Sure, thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I've got two questions, one of which is along similar lines to some of the who've already been asked. You don't have to go far from here to find trees that have started out in no way, shape or form encroaching on lines, have gone up and have then started to go over. So they're outside of the half a metre or whatever it is, but they're above the line, so anything that falls off them obviously is going to come down. First of all, is that, and forgive me if it's in there, I didn't see it, is that covered? I mean, is it like vertical space up or just still that distance?
We do speak to overhang in the submission. We have focused more intensely around the overhang of conductors. If the conductors get hit, that's a much bigger problem than if the lines do, because the lines will fault. Yeah.
And the last one is, we have a schedule of 100 plus listed trees. Does this impact how they are dealt with, or does the legislation around that impact on this in any way, shape or form?
The electricity legislation, however that ends up looking like, that will be the first port of call. Any tree that is managed by an authority will always adhere to whatever those regulations are, and that would include significant trees as well.
So to clarify, if there is a tree of significance, like number 1 on the schedule, I'm assuming it goes in hierarchy, is in danger and it needs what's the word we're going for, fell, then the power overrides the historical significance of said tree.
Essentially, yes, but it comes back to one of our suggestions to how to assess those trees. You can have trees which are in the growth limit zone, which is a specified area of where vegetation must be cleared from around the power lines. And if that tree gets assessed professionally and its integrity is fine and all the rest of it, then there may be a discussion there that we may not have to go right outside of that growth limit zone. That's a conversation obviously with the network owner as well, but yeah.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. On page 125, number 36, is that saying that, it sounds like it's saying that the responsibility for cutting back a tree or a hedge or something like that in on a private property, if it's in line with power lines, is the responsibility of the lines company. Is that correct, or is that not accurate? Because I thought the responsibility came back to the private landowner. Number 36 at the bottom there on page 125.
That speaks a little bit closer to, excuse me, including the tree asset in that regulation. So when a work owner is going on to a site to, let's say, look at a structure or something like that, the same authority would apply across if they were looking to assess trees or work on trees. It sits outside that at the moment.
Can I clarify, so are you saying, just to clarify that, I don't 100% understand the answer, but is the private landlord, like say if it's a rented property or anyways a property that someone owns, does the owner of that property, are they responsible for the tree or hedge, or is the lines company responsible when it's on private land?
There is still some clarification around the regulations with that, being the tree owner. There's some old stuff in the regulations as well that speaks about situations where people have said, I never planted it, so it's not my responsibility, which is, it needs some clarification around that, because it can be a reasonably contentious position to be in when the work owner's wanting to trim it back and the landowner's going, it's not my responsibility, but the tree is on their land, so.
I see what you're saying. Can I just clarify, do we get private owners objecting to having to maintain trees if they're near lines? And the reason I say that is that I know when that's the case, often they're told they have to get them cut back by a certain type of provider who is often about 4 times more expensive than a normal person. You know, say if you've got your usual gardener who comes around and trims things, under that, I don't know whether it's an act or what it is, but they stipulate there's a certain provider you have to use that are way more expensive.
It's not necessarily a provider, it's what qualifications they hold. So a utility arborist can prune within those growth limit zones, and then you have close approach, which is right on to if the trees are right on the lines. So it's about making sure that the person that's doing the work around their network is suitably qualified to do it. You can't just get a gardener to go and do that type of work. It needs insulated tools and all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Councillor Gary.
Oh, just a final quick question. Point 37 on page 125. I just wonder if you could clarify, because it's not spelt out, and I wonder if it would be worth doing that as a minor editorial. And this is around issue 4, which is about access. I wonder if it would be worth spelling out in the submission what that actually means, and perhaps you could clarify that now, please. Yes.
Yes, we can do that. It's a minor editorial change, yeah.
Rightio, we appear to have exhausted questions. Thank you, gentlemen. So, we have the option 1 motion before us. Would someone like to move that? Thank you, Councillor Gary. Second it. Somebody want to see that? Councillor Fison. Very good. So, would you like to speak to it, Councillor Gary?
I would. Thank you, and thank you to the staff and to Mr. Patrick for standing in. I know it's not easy when it's quite a technical document. He did very, very well. This is of great importance given we have more storm events with the onset of climate change, and we're seeing more and more trees falling over. I know that in DCC's case, we have a very positive program of proactive program of checking trees on roadways, busy roadways, and certainly there's been an improvement that I have seen. For example, on Portobello Road, it used to be that trees would come down with gay abandon, very large ones, and it's extraordinary no one was killed. But that doesn't happen anymore because of very proactive management of those and checking of those. So that's positive. When it comes to the lines, though, from my experience, the issue of access onto private land is really important, and I was particularly pleased to see the submission requested the status quo, being that the landowner has to be notified. And I do understand this can be tricky when you've got occupiers that are not the owners and multiple owners and overseas owners and so forth. But in most cases, that is important, no matter who owns and who occupies, that you know that somebody is going to come to cut your trees. I was interested in the discussion document on page 14, which is around the 4th bullet point, which is talking about iwi's response, and I'll just read it to you. This is around tree regulations, do not distinguish between Māori land and non-Māori land, and iwi organisations' concerns were the electricity works owners are using the land at no cost and imposing costs on the operation of the landowners, so all costs of managing the works and any risks to their works should be met by the works owners. Now, that is not the case, and it's not in the submission, but I just remind folk that it isn't a simple matter of a works owner going in and cutting a tree. There is so much more complex of that, and so much more complex because you've got the range of urban individual trees in the urban denser setting right through to rural land and forestry. The system at the moment is cumbersome, and I do worry about that because notice comes through, I believe it still comes through the post, and there's a delay in the post. Then you've got the possibility of missing that requirement to either agree to have your trees trimmed or have them felled. And the resolution process, I'd suggest to you, is underutilised because people don't know about it. So there are many points of view on this, the large landowners, the private landowners, our trees, as in DCC, that may be susceptible to these processes. But I thank the staff for their thought, and I'm pleased to see those two minor tweakings around clarifying the access to land and also the promotion of the resolution process. Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. First off, I apologise to Mr Patrick for calling him Mr Hogg. But when I look at the submission that's being made from Council, I think it's doing a good job responding to the document from government and what they've asked for. I do have the reservations of history of what we did see at Saddle Hill in 2015, so that quite concerns me. But in regards to responding to the submission, there are some very good paragraphs that cover off some of the key issues that I sort of touched on, as in 22, 25 and 32. And bottom line, I also agree with issue 3 where the balance of responsibility is between owners and the works owners. You know, it is a contestable area at times, especially when it becomes private individuals and landowners with the electrical companies and the lines, but it is an important one to be factor in. And again, as we saw in the Saddle Hill fire, it had a greater impact back then. Thank you.
Your right of reply, Councillor Carey.
Yeah, just one thing, simply an area of conflict, and I'm pleased that Councillor Wiley mentioned that, and that's around often the tree health, and it's good to see that in the submission.
And on that note, I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. The final item on the public agenda is number 15. So I welcome Mr Cooper and Ms Adams to the chairs. To discuss the annual report for DVML. Do you have any opening comments?
None other than this obviously covers the period to June 2022, which covered a 12-month period where COVID disruption was rife. Obviously, we're only 8 weeks away from completing the 2023 year, so it's quite historical now, just to get people's minds in that timeline.
Wonderful. Questions? We'll start with the Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just have a question. It's on page 130 and it's just about the audit opinion, and obviously it took a long time to get that, and I looked at the statement of service performance and the sort of sufficient audit evidence couldn't be found, and no material breaches of KPIs are set up, blah, 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 blah. Is that performance measure, seems it's difficult to measure, going to be taken out of the next statement of intent?
It's still in the 2023 statement of intent because that was obviously agreed before this one was audited, but it in the draft 2024 statement of intent that was put up in February, yes, it's been altered.
So what was the purpose of that KPI? Because it's quite complicatedly written and difficult to understand.
The statement of service performance in this instance acts as a little bit of an umbrella. So there's an asset management plan which has its own KPIs, and there were 150 odd measures in that. And the audit qualification talked to how you measured each of those individual 155 measures to feed up to the one that was in the statement of service performance. So although DVML are confident that they met the asset management plan requirements and in practice achieved the performance measure of no material breaches, it was around the way the wording was structured and the audit evidence that needed to be provided and the quantity that caused the audit issue in this financial year, if you like. Does Does that answer the question?
So will we still have it, because it's in the KPIs this time, will we still have this issue in the next?
Potentially there'll be a little bit of run over into 2023, although having the hindsight of this annual report, we're able to, DVML and Audit New Zealand will be able to get onto that earlier and understand, probably set some expectations around what evidence is required and when, with some more lead time than was available last year, and then from the following year the measure will be reworded to something that's more achievable to provide evidence for.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Mine is more, I guess, curiosity in the report itself on page, whatever we're on, page 8 of the report, page 140 of our papers, around employees. The graph at the top, when I'm comparing the 21 to the 22 year, there's the sudden absence of anybody that's been there for 5 or 6 years, and I'm just wondering whether we had a clear out, whether there was, because that predates the COVID.
I think some of it will be moving into, so those staff members that were 5 to 6 years service in 2021 will have moved into having now been at 7 years service, though there'll be some movement over. And I'm speaking off the top of my head here, but I suspect that graph is a little bit skewed because it'll cover the period where DVML had changes to its staffing levels as a result of COVID-19. So there may be there'll probably be more comings and goings in DVML staff numbers in those 2 years than normal.
Thank you. It was just one that jumped out at me, and the other one that jumps out at me is it a quirk of employment, a quirk of the data gathering on the same page, where we have employees, male, female, do we gather information on diversity of employees, and if not, do we now?
Yes, we gather information on gender diversity of employees at each DCHL group company, and so that's reported in all the other annual reports as well.
So of all the DVML employees on the chart that I'm looking in front of me here, we don't have anybody of a diverse nature? Because they're gender diverse.
Sorry, you're asking if there's a category for non-binary or for... yeah, I'm assuming from, like you, I'd assume from that graph that that there weren't any responses recorded in that category, but we can ask the question.
It would just seem rather unusual to me, if there weren't. So yes, if we could make sure, please.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question of curiosity, with no disrespect at all to Guns N' Roses and the Scottish crooner et al., but I imagine losing an AB Springbok test was huge. What were the financial implications of that, and were there many sunk costs?
I don't know any specific figures, but the model generally is we, when they enter the contract, any sunk costs are paid for by the person utilising the stadium. In this case it would be the rugby union, so that would be the model where they are recovered. I can't tell you specifically what the income would have been, but it's a combination of the venue hire and the share of the hospitality. It would be in excess of 100,000, probably in the 100 to 200,000.
And obviously wider city.
Well, obviously there's the economic benefit. Yeah, agreed.
Councillor Vandervis.
In response to Deputy Mayor's questions regarding KPIs and the problem with the auditor, Ms Adams, you said that there was a wording issue. In the report here on page 169, it says the company was unable to report on whether there were any material breaches of the key performance indicators set in the approved asset management plan. Can you explain that statement from the auditor, unable to report? Surely that's more than some wording issue.
I guess it comes back to the way the performance measure was worded. Didn't lend itself to easily be able to provide audit evidence of that performance measure. So although Dunedin venues are confident that there weren't material breaches of the KPIs, being able to provide audit evidence in the way that they had worded the performance measure was difficult. So they've reviewed the way they worded that performance measure so that they're able to more clearly provide evidence to auditors in future.
Okay, and your understanding was that the only reason why we've got a qualified opinion here for the statement of service performance?
Yes, so in the audit opinion it says, in our opinion, except for the matter described in the basis of for opinion section, the statement of service performance otherwise presents fairly the company's performance against their targets.
Thank you. Looking at page 167 and the financial box there, earnings and net profit, etc., they're all pretty disastrous figures, and you've already said that it's largely COVID related. Were there any other reasons why these figures are so low, or are you really putting it all at the feet of COVID?
I wouldn't say COVID was the cause of some significant event cancellations. So it's an outcome of COVID, and then as you'll see in their report there, they did have a number of events, but they weren't of the level of the ones that were cancelled. So the stadium itself, or DVML, is quite reliant on having some substantive events each year. Otherwise, the fixed costs obviously have an impact on the business.
Okay, thank you. If I look on page 134 at the Chairperson's and Chief Executive Officer's report, it says that you're looking forward to recognising a full program of content in the coming year. Can you give us an idea of how many events a full program would be for the stadium?
Not specifically, but if you go back to that previous page you took us to, 169 was it, they had a turnover of $1 million, and the previous year they had 2.8 million. So quick ratio there, that sort of needs to be 2.5 times more than what they had in that previous year. So I can't run off the whole number of events they've had, but rugby test matches are back, the Super 12 or 14 rugby's back, and they're having a series of concerts. So based on the performance indicators to date, they're on target to return to a normalised performance and a profitable one.
Okay, and in terms of major events and then other events, is it possible, not now obviously, but to forward to councillors essentially a list of what has happened in the past in terms of major and then minor events, and then what's anticipated in the future, bearing in mind, for instance, that Adelaide Stadium has over 140 events a year, and we seem to not even do a small percentage of that.
Oh, we can do that.
And my last question is on page 159, capital expenditure. The company had a capital expenditure commitments of 1.2 something million for the big screens, as I understand it. The new big screens. I have put in some information requests about those and have been told variously that the previous screens were no longer fit for purpose, and the last response I got said that they were actually thrown away as e-waste. Given that they were still functioning at some sort of level, was it not possible for you to actually sell the old screens off And if they went for e-waste, what was the cost of actually getting them trashed?
We'll revert to you on the cost. I don't have that at hand, but when we did the evaluation as to their replacement, they were failing. They had pixelation failings within them, and when they looked at this, there was essentially no market for failing screens, so hence they were destined to e-waste.
Thank you.
Councillor Officer.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā kōrua, and please convey my thanks to the chairperson of the board. I really enjoyed reading that report. And my question is similar to Councillor Gilbert's about curiosity, and possibly reflects my ignorance of accounting practices. So you see the 36 staff in total, and then I see the employees by age range. This is on page 8, 140 of our order papers. Employees by age range adds up to 100%, but when I take 44%, that's the employees aged between 20 and 29 years. It doesn't come out as a whole number. Is it possibly because of full-time?
I think it'll just be rounding, but we can check and revert.
I see no more questions. Thank you. That's very good. So, Councillor Barker, Deputy Mayor Barker is happy to move. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Lucas, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the DVML team. COVID was incredibly tough on everybody in the visitor industry, and especially in the events industry, with sudden cancellations, getting all of the work done, the marketing done, etc., etc. And I think they've done pretty well. They performed and they got 86% of the KPIs. And I just also want to point out that it's not just the stadium that we're talking about here. There's a Dunedin Centre, including the town hall. And I think where you park in the Harriet Street car park would certainly notice a huge difference in the amount of activity between last year and this financial year, I guess we'll call it. There's so many more events going on, and we're able to go to more of those events too. So this DVML, yes, it's having some money struggles, but it's also fulfilling those social, those cultural and those economic necessities for the city, the community facilities, hosting the DSO and all of those other community meetings, the churches, etc., that use the Dunedin Centre and the Town Hall. Also a huge economic enabler, so when we're looking at some of those figures around what's being brought in and the profit margin or not, we do have to consider the economic benefit, and then we look at FIFA, which if we didn't have an amazing covered stadium, we wouldn't be having that $10 million of economic benefit coming into the city. Also just want to talk about some of the figures. They did $9 million last financial year. Previous to that, there had been surpluses there, so there was turnover of between 13 to 16 million in the last couple of years before COVID. So you can see there's going to be that bounce back and a return to profitability. But we also do need to keep focus on the fact that these are community facilities, and I think I referred to livability in one of my other speeches, and this is just key to the importance of livability as well. It's good that we had a good questioning around that audit, which sounds like, when one looks at what material breaches might be, that sounds like a very technical and legal term, and perhaps it was just some bad writing and so a lot of digging by audit that made this take such a long time. And it's good to think that we're actually we might have to insure it again next year, but that one will be gone. So I just want to say again, thank you to the DVML team. You know, it's a lot of hard work and a lot of heartbreak when these concerts, etc., cancel on us. So let's look forward, hopefully, to much better times and lots more livability and excitement in the city.
Thank you. Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The result of a $900,000 loss, a 300% increase in the loss for the year, is disappointing. Going forward, such losses are not sustainable without ramifications. I'm also aware losses have to be balanced against the good provided to the community. Dunedin without a stadium would be as bad as our city not having swimming pools or sports fields. These amenities are a must. However, break-even balance sheets are far more easier to accept than negative balance sheets. Ratepayers have to absorb the cost of such losses. The DVML team have to turn this result around, and I am optimistic going forward, along with the support of the community, we will all be looking at a far more acceptable result in the next financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything further to say, Deputy Babaka? In which case I shall put the motion that we note the annual reports of DVML. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. And that ends the public part of this meeting. We'll take a short break before we come back for the confidential. Sorry? Yes, that's right. So, before we adjourn, I'll move that we we'll adjourn now for 10 minutes for a comfort stop. Okay, so we have a seconder for that. Deputy Babaka can, all those in favour say aye. And when we return, it will be in non-public, so we'll be in a confidential part of the meeting. So I need to put also that motion that we move into we exclude the public. So I have a seconder for that. Deputy Babaka. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And carried. Oh, I also have to move that Mr. Keith Cooper be permitted to attend that portion of the meeting as we as he will be speaking on matters relevant to what we're about to discuss. And Gemma, but doesn't say it here, but that's all right. And Ms. Adams. So I move that both of those be allowed to come to the public excluded part of the meeting. Seconded, Councillor Fiso. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. Now we'll take 10.